Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds. Dire remaining. Team pick.
Vengeful spirits.
Dire team pick. Radiant.
Yes, so I mean, these guys are no strangers. They've been around for a while, and I think they're really at their kind of best age to play competitive Dota, and they have a very strong mechanical lineup here. But with that being said, Galaxy Racer as well as well, Ragdolls, I don't think in terms of mechanics there's much difference. I think it really is the experience. When you have players who's been around like Miracle, Lacrity, I mean Lacrity probably being the most youngest from the team, in your Dream Blossom and Jokam, these guys have been in the top teams for their respective regions, either be Singapore, Indonesia, and they provide a lot for their team, either it be their knowledge, their mechanics, their hero pool. But I definitely think that what's separating from these two, Galaxy Race and Ragdolls, is the experience. I think Galaxy Race has been together for quite a long time in terms of trying to get their chemistry up. They've played a lot of tournaments before this as well, and they've been around longer in the scene. Whereas Ragdolls, obviously, they have some individuals who have been around for a long time as well, but they haven't played together as much as Galaxy Racer.
10 seconds remaining. Team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I think there's no surprise here as well with the Sven pick. Sven's been picked quite a bit in previous tournaments, and it's kind of surging as a trend, but I think Terrorblade is one of the better heroes to deal with Sven as well, because Sven's all about getting your item time, he's bursting your hero down in the middle of the fight once you get that blink BKB, utilizing God's Strength. But you have Avenged Terrorblade, you can save the Terrorblade in these fights if he does get caught out, he can sunder the Sven, he can stay and just outrange the Sven as well. Eventually he'll get a Scud, he's just going to kite the Sven, if Sven doesn't get any pops, he's just not going to be able to commit to a fight. There are a few more weaknesses as well in Sven as well, the downtimes. Terrorblade has his downtimes as well, but he clashes better into Sven in the later stages. However, Terrorblade can split up the map in his downtimes. Sven, not really so much. If he shows face, is very prone to get killed. Obviously, Monkey King is one of those heroes that is also in the flavor of the month right now, and it's a flex support / carry or mid. And in this situation here, we're not 100% sure, but it's most likely going to be played in the position of 4 role. But Ragdolls, I mean, there's a few heroes we didn't really discuss about the new patch, and I think Omni was one of them that both teams would have liked to go for, especially Ragdolls. But because of the nerf in Heavenly Grace, where you can actually dispel it, it's not a priority anymore. It's not a hero that you actually want to ban out first. It's not a hero you want to pick up first, which allows teams to have more opening picks instead of forcing these bans, and they can kind of get what they want now.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Mars! Ten
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Bang!
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. And I think that's really the only way to deal with Sven as well. The other thing is as well they have to keep in mind is they need to make sure that the neutral camps, the Ancients especially, should be blocked out in the first 5 minutes. And if Galaxy Racer contests or places the sentry to deward the sentry that's blocking the camp, they're still effectively denying the camp to being stacked. Assuming Sven doesn't have the best start, he's forced to go into the primary jungle, but that's not enough. That's the same kind of speed Terrorblade is going to be farming at, but Terrorblade in the mid game is just going to be so much more effective than the Sven. Sven hits his timings faster, and he can be more impactful when he hits his timings in comparison to the TB, but the TB will just drag out the game by splitting up the map. If TB survives in the fight, either be because of the Bane gripping the Sven, either be the defensive sleep, either be the vengeful swap, then it's going to be very easy for Ragdolls to turn the fight around. However, Galaxy Racer has very strong lanes. This Monkey is definitely a big threat. There are a few synergies. You mentioned that Monkey in the lane can get a lot of things done, but he can also rotate, and they have very strong core heroes that can enable the Monkey to get these kills, facilitate his time when it comes to roaming. You got the Queen of Pain middle, you got the Sven Grimstroke, which is going to be just a stun lock combo. You could also just run the Monkey in the safe lane as a try to begin with to get a kill. You could use the Ink Swirl, you could use the jump. I believe Primal Spring probably one of the best actual spells at level 1 because it gives a slow. It's 140 damage, it's a gap close as well, so it's very easy. He's got high base armor, and that's one of the main reasons why Monkey's been so popular as well as an overall flex/support pick in the current meta.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see something like a Tide in that scenario because they need something to control the backline. They need to make sure that these supports aren't just able to prevent the Sven from getting those instant pops. And if you have the Tide Hunter who has a potential blink in the later stage, once Sven jumps in, you got that explosiveness, the high burst damage, but then you also have the Ravage that can disable the supports, the Vengeful Spirit as well as the Bane from actually getting their spells out. Sven now is going to be very effective, and also Queen of Pain is a hero that can actually abuse that as well because he can jump to the back line. With the Ravage, she feels a lot safer. Eventually, she has BKB as well, and she can punish these kind of support heroes with an early Orchid build-up. And that's one of the beauties about Galaxy Racer's draft right now is there's actually a lot of heroes that can kind of do what Tide does in the offlane role, and you can't ban them all. You see that they banned out the Doom, who can blink to the backline, Doom one target, Brewmaster as well, he can Cyclone, prevent these supports from being effective. Obviously, if you go for a hero like Tide Hunter, you need to be careful about the lane swaps. But nonetheless, you are versing Avenged Terrorblade, and it doesn't seem like there's anything that's going to completely shut down the Tide. However, the Viper pick, pretty good. You can definitely disable some of his passives if you do end up jumping the Tide Hunter himself. Remaining. However, I definitely still think Galaxy Racer needs a little bit more control, and they need to make sure that they can actually enable the Sven when his timings are up, and they can't just let him peek out and drag out the game. They need to be the team that's kind of, just starts the fight and they control the map, because if not, the Terrorblade gets to the later stages and it looks pretty simple for Ragdolls to play in the late game. Yeah, I definitely think that's a possibility. And as I was saying before, there's just so many heroes that they can go for. There's the Sand King, there's the Tide Hunter. I mean, if they want to go for something less orthodox, I mean, it just really comes down to what they think is going to be good for the lane, but also can kind of start the fight for them or be the second initiation in these fights. And Galaxy Racer only have 18 seconds left on their remaining time.
Points away.
Choose your hero.
Um, I think Ragdoll's is not in the winning position based on the draft at all because their lineup is too one-dimensional. They need to meet certain conditions for the TB to actually carry this game. They have a lack of AoE. They're very single-targeted as well, which is an issue here because if you look at how the fights are going to pan out in the mid-game, they can't control these heroes well enough. There's only a bench stun and the grip. That's one of the reasons why Pangolier even looks better. Because even if you commit the grip on the Pangolier, there's still the Monkey King, there's still the Sven, there's still the Queen Pain who can get to the back lines. There's going to be potentially Lincolns in the future, or the spell block and talent for the Queen of Pain. It just seems very hard to kill anyone on the side of Galaxy Racer once they get those items. And that's going to be around the 18-20 minute mark is where Galaxy Racer is going to shine. And I'm going to go for Galaxy Racer because they're the team that looks stunning when they have these type of heroes in their side.
Were you watching? That's how it's done.
Thank you.
There will be pain. There will be screaming. 30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, it's interesting because already just based on the draft bans, as I mentioned, the obvious one being Omni, not being picked or banned whatsoever, and it was a hero that was either picked or banned every single game beforehand. But you also have heroes like Lycan that's completely not touched, I believe. Maybe it was banned in the later stages, but not picked at all by Ragdolls, and it was one of the heroes that Ragdolls tend to open up with the Vengeful Spirit. But they decided that because they saw the Sven first pick, Terrorblade was the option, and they've kind of drafted in a way to deal with the Sven. But I'm just a little worried that they've committed too much for the Sven and they don't have enough respect for the remaining heroes that Galaxy Racer has picked, and the team fight's scary. And the pace of the game around the 20 minute, as I mentioned before, Galaxy Racer is definitely going to be in control. And it depends on how they play the early game. I think Joe-Cam is going to be the hero to really watch here. He can make the moves. It's going to be hard to play the lane against the Bane, but he can rotate middle very effectively. And if they find opportunities in the laning phase, they can also try to get that cheeky jump on the Bane and get that potential kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, and another interesting thing that I'm a little surprised, in the middle lane, the Viper actually decided to go Poison Attack level 1 instead of going for the Corrosive Skin, knowing that Alacrity actually Shadow Striked him. And you can really use the Corrosive Skin in that scenario, just getting those extra poison attacks damage out. Obviously the attack's low, and there's the first kill already. Just completely out of position in your dream. Catching with Pulse, and that's the really scary thought, is you got this stun combination that if you are a little bit away or too far away from your teammate, then there's just nothing you can do. You're not going to be able to TP out, you're not going to be able to run away. And just a freebie there for Galaxy Race to start the day. Oh, mid lane.
worthy tribute.
It definitely helps, especially when you have level 2 Shadow Strike, because you get a little bit more heal per tick. Level 1, it's still Corrosive Skin favor because you are committing mana to get damage out. Ooh, Jokam almost gets the kill there in the bottom lane. But as I was saying before, it just seems like you have that sustainability that you didn't have against the Viper matchup, but it's still going to be Viper favored just because he's going to be able to sustain, he still gets the magic resist, he is still removing a little bit of your attack speed, and you aren't really able to kill the Viper unless the Viper messes up, or you get a game-changing rune. Yeah, Jokam could have actually rotated there. I think they might have had some kill potential, but Jokam prioritized the stacks instead. And they are the team playing with Sven, and as I mentioned before, if Ragdoll doesn't respect that and they don't block the camp, the Sven's going to be able to either recover or have a head start with those ancient stacks. That's right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's gonna be a massacre! It's no small thing to be favored by the gods.
Yep. The big thing here is the middle lane. The Queen of Pain, he's already a full level behind the Viper, and he's going for a build-up that's meant to actually help him in the laning phase. I definitely think this was a mistake. I still don't think you can commit the Shadow Strike despite having the heal per tick. And you can kind of already tell that this lane is not playable. He's gonna just be spamming out his spells, Viper Strike immediately, Alacrity now. He's just not able to play the lane on his own, and if you don't have enough points on Scream of Pain, you don't have that burst factor, so transitioning to the side lane and getting those kills is not really a possible play at the moment until he gets his level 6. But getting level 6, he's gonna get punished, and right now it's Catapult Wave. They're not actually making any rotations. Actually, yeah, James is coming back in. But so they've decided they want to contest stacks because they are versing Spencer. Very smart play here from Ragdolls.
Generation! The green shadow takes wing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blossom. Yeah, the first couple of pieces in this jigsaw puzzle for Galaxy Racer is going to be hard because their laning phase is possibly their weakest aspect of the game. The Viper into the Queen of Pain is always going to be pretty hard. The bottom lane you just can't really win because you can't outtrade the Bane's brain stat. And VT Fated should be able to free farm. So you got two winning lanes at the very least. Top lane you get that free kill on GY, and GY is one of the players that's been most impressive for me in the previous tournament. I think he's had a few weaknesses exploited in this tournament, but when he does play these playmaking capable heroes, then he just looks like a player you can rely on. He's the type of player that, sure, he can play a bit of everything, But if you need him to make space, you need to give him a hero that has some sort of control, some kill potential, and Mars is definitely one of those heroes. Now, we're talking about the stacking game, and who's actually coming out ahead in this kind of regard? Middle lane, Aladdin has got no blink.
Voice. You thought you'd be immune. Didn't happen.
Dire's courier has been killed.
A viper.
Well, it's definitely what they need, because if they don't get that head start, it's going to be hard to find in the mid game. So they need a little bit of a significant lead to put themselves in a position that once it gets to the mid game, they still have the net worth advantage to keep the fighting capabilities, and they're doing exactly that. I mean, Ajit already almost has the BOT, about 100 gold off. He's also stacking the small camp to be more effective and more efficient. Alacrity is the one individual here that I'm a little bit worried about, because he hasn't really had a game in the middle lane. He's forced to go top, but he doesn't necessarily have the kill potential. If he goes for a kill such as this Vengeful Spirit, he could be getting baited out, because they actually have complete awareness of where this Queen of Pain can potentially be playing at. But they have to make a play. They need to utilize the Sonic Wave.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no.
I didn't think you had what it takes.
Stronger.
Regeneration.
That's right, and it seems like right now they're just controlling the pace of the game. There's just no place for these players to play on their own, and as you can see, Jokam getting pretty much punished by the early BOT pickup of Ajit, and now they got that mobility. They have the ability to kind of globally teleport to the fights they want, but at the same time be very efficient. In your dream, he's having a pretty good time regardless. He hasn't really been contested. His laning phase went pretty well despite his support dying a couple of times to GUI's Mars. But he's definitely going to get to that stage in the mid game where he's going to have that Blink BKB and the God Strength, able to kind of turn the tides in the scenario that they do fall behind. But I say falling behind, the network is pretty much equal. The only big difference is the experience. There's a big experience lead already on the side of Ragdolls, and you can kind of tell that the supports are dwindling and lacking that experience.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
They need to stabilize the game a little bit, even if the Sven gets farmed, and they are making that smoke play with the Sonic Wave. Beautiful.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This to me. Impossible. By whose hand? You leave nothing of worth behind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the gold is not too bad because while that was happening, both the Sven and the Pangolier are actually farming the side lanes.
Radiant structures
But
are fortified.
yeah, the experience is a big problem, and In Your Dream gets swapped out. I'm not sure if they have enough damage. They can TP out.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah,
Dire's
Metamorphosis
middle
though.
tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah. That's right.
What? Down already?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Jokam, the cheeky play, jumps in, stuns, and gets the last
Dire's middle
TP
tower
away
is
just
under attack.
casually. But yeah, this is looking very scary regardless. Ragdoll's here, they just have this momentum going. They have the blink, they have the arena still available. And it's hard to fight into this. Damn. Yep. Impressive. Very impressive, I must say. Their early game, the lanes panning out, as well as these predictions. But oh my god, they cut the tree!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You think you good, ah?
Yeah, he did. He calling played that one there. Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, they're just on point. I mean, they had a little bit of an off day yesterday when I was watching their games, and they did drop down to the lower brackets, but I mean, they're starting their day to day hot, and it doesn't seem like there's anything stopping them. They're still waiting on In Your Dream to hit his timings, but everyone's so farmed already on the side of Ragdoll's. 9k net worth, TB, top of the charts with GY as well as Arjit followed up, and I'm very worried right now for Galaxy Racer. The big problem about their lineup here is once their pieces connect, then they are very strong. However, they've been slowed down immensely, and now for Galaxy Racer to get back into this game, not only do they have to wait for the Sven's Blink Dagger, but they also need to make an effective smoke play. But the way Ragdoll's been reading this game out, predicting the move from Galaxy Racer, playing with the right heroes at the right time, and making these pickups happen time and time again, I just don't see how they're going to be handled and controlled. It's getting to the stage where VT Fate has already got an SNY and Dragonlance at the 16-minute mark.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, one more.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. I just don't think it's enough. Terrorblade's been farming that whole time. He's already got one ultimate orb. And eventually, once he gets that Scotty, he's not going to be able to get bursted down. They will decide to eventually group up, and again, like, they need to make those plays as you mentioned, but they need to get more than just 2 kills. Perhaps if that fight was, I wouldn't say well executed, because the Sonic Wave was dodged by the Bane Sleep, but they need to make sure when they start these fights they burst immediately and then commit on the next hero so that they actually don't waste too much time, because once they do come back and attribute to these fights either be with a buyback or just TP connections, then it's hard for Galaxy Racer to kind of keep up that aggression, especially considering that the Sven is very dependent on his god strength, and once it's on downtimes, Ragdoll can actually just go straight back in and fight. However, they're still just waiting out for the Scotty. They're playing a very patient game, and they don't want to really enforce and risk their current position, because right now they understand that their win condition is revolving around VT Faded. VT Faded is having a very good time, and if they do lose out some momentum, they do allow Galaxy Race to get back into the game. But if they just play in situations, for example, where they're covering a certain area of the map, either be playing the high ground or just breaking smoke and blinking away utilizing GUI, then they're never really going to fall behind, and eventually Scotty's online and they're going to start grouping up. So Galaxy Racer, they need to make some more plays happen. You can tell that they're grouping up for the smoke.
Under attack.
Find that chance to get back into the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just comes down to the Metamorphosis as well. It's very unlikely that they're not going to go high ground. They can potentially go for the tier 2s, but it's not a necessity, because Terrorblade without the Metamorphosis, a lot harder to make that happen. He's also very close to that Scotty, so they're just going to wait it out. But the good thing they got going is every time these fights happen, it is going to be an exchange of God Strength for the Metamorphosis. And assuming Ragdoll comes out ahead, because they do have the Aegis, there's just not going to be that timing for the Sven to change the tides, and they're just going to make sure that these lanes are shoved out. Oh my god!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Too soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be some timing in this game. If Galaxy Racer can stabilize and get to that BKB, they also have the Blink Dagger on Mizu here, as well as the Yule, so they have some items that allows them to get those fighting capabilities. But the problem is that they need to get the right jump, and they need to make sure that they're getting the back line as well. I was mentioning when the drafting phase was happening is Sven wants to jump the hero in the front and burst them down, while the remaining members of the team can disrupt the back line. However, I don't see the Sven being able to burst down a Terrorblade, especially not considering that he has an Aegis as well on top of that. So I think right now Ragdolls, they feel very confident. They feel like they have a big window here where Sven cannot really bring down the hero at the front, and they're going to abuse it. They're going to make sure with this Metamorphosis they can take all the towers. They have the Aegis for a safety net. They have the double support that can kind of protect them as well, and At the moment, I'm just looking at their items. We see an Netherlands as well in the Bane. We also see an Aghanim's very close on James, only about 1,000 gold plus. Until he gets that Ags, and that's going to be a position 4 with an Ags, so it means if you do burst him down or you disrupt him, he's going to come back alive. He's going to have another swap that reduces the damage incoming on the hero. He swaps as well as himself. It's just, there's a lot of these tools now that shouldn't probably be coming online as fast as they are, and that really just came down to the laning phase. Ragdoll's having an impressive start and just being very explosive from the start of the game.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Going in.
How so? Welcome. Mercy stays my hand. Coin of the realm.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบอนี่อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบอนี่
Invisibility.
Yeah, I mean, they're making the right plays. They're making sure that the lanes are split up and they're looking for these opportunities. They're not really getting back in the game in terms of net worth making these plays, but they're at least getting to the stage where they're gonna get those items, allowing them to get a better fight. And the BK
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Silencer.
Radiant team pick.
Mars!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Templar assassin.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Lion.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Clockwork.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Gyrocopter.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Terror blade.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Storm
You may now
Spirit.
select your heroes. Prepare for battle.
สิปัง
อ้าวเสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
No,
เสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่
Next
นี่
level play. Normally.
Handsome devil, aren't I?
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Denied.
Denied. No, not going to happen.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Blessings.
Denied! Stupendous!
Denied.
Jackpot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Last
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Execution style! You've been a powerful enemy!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
I saw that ending from miles away. You'll never know the
Bury me with my slaves. Invisibility! My body stokes the furnace. I'll always remember how
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
you had your warning.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Chink in my armor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Of the realm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gift from the goddess.
Now over here! Told you a storm was coming! Over here now! Here I am!
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, what'd I miss?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My heart beats no more. Where's the party? Let the fun begin! Doesn't even describe it!
Thanks.
Thanks from above! To hell with you!
Dire's courier has been killed.
Boom! There it goes!
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, that'll learn ya!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Zip!
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Rock it on!
Dire's
what'd I
middle
miss?
tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Jackpot!
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Coin of the realm.
Incoming!
Middle tower is under attack.
Blown away!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Boom! There it goes! Rock it on!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Haste!
What time is it?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
hand
under
right
attack.
here, the cards right. I just don't see them actually being in under any pressure whatsoever. As you can see, VT faded. He's already making his way towards the BKB. They're splitting up the map on the bottom side. And they know very well that this play is coming, like they did in the previous game. I mean, Ragdoll's just reading the game situation accordingly. And, I mean, that's just a waste of smoke. Potentially, they get a tier 1 tower. But by the time that happens, the Metamorph is going to be back up again.
Stupendous!
Massive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
What a huge hook shot. I mean, getting 2 heroes. They also committed the global silence, which means when they're available, when the heroes are back up, there's no arena, there's no global. I don't really see them actually going back into this in terms of like wanting to fight. They're just gonna have to wait out these cooldowns. You can kind of tell that's going to be the case because Arjit's just looking at splitting up the map and making sure that he can force the enemy back to the bottom and covering that tower. VT faded. He does have the BKB. He disassembled the Dragon Lance before, so utilizing the Ogre Axe as well as the Elfin Skin, he's actually got the Sejin Yasha as well as the BKB. Very efficient, and that's one of the things I love seeing from VT Faded as well. It's just the way he utilizes the Dragon Lance and a lot of these heroes to make his item progression a lot faster and just being very efficient with his gold as well at the same time. However, they are making their smoke play. They don't actually have the global up just yet, but I mean, they have a lot of items, and if they do get the jump, it will still look good. However, you can see Galaxy Racer, they got the positional advantage, they got the heal, they're making sure that the heroes that get core aren't going to be as relevant, and they're going to have an extra line, for example, the Vengeful Spear of the Agnums. But, I mean, Ragdolls, they don't really have to enforce anything just yet. They're just going to make sure, and this really applies to both teams, they just need to make sure that the fight really ends up on their terms, because either team here can pull out ahead, either team can win the fight. It really just comes down to the positioning, it comes down to the initiation, either be utilizing the Blink Daggers, the Doom, the Global, the Hex. Like, both teams have tools, they both can take the fight. It just really the X factor, what's gonna be the changing factor in these fights, and that's really just the control of the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's looking mighty good here for Galaxy Racer, and again, it just really came down to that initiation, the massive wraparound. And sure, Ragdolls, they didn't instantly get caught out, and they weren't necessarily completely surprised, but the damage already done. When they didn't have the high ground, they didn't really have the vision advantage either, and they didn't really have the tools to actually jump on the hero they wanted at the start of that fight, whereas Mizu gets that instant doom on the Terrorblade before he even pops the BKB, and makes it so easy for Dream to actually just follow up with the magical damage as well as the slows coming from the cooldown. Now, I mean, this is not really a game you can count out and say Ragdoll definitely lost this game, because there is still some fighting hope here on the side of Ragdolls. However, it just seems like now with Galaxy Racer, with the map control, they're just going to be playing for the Roshan, which is going to be spawning about 1.5 minutes from now. Ragdolls, they need to contest it, so they need to make sure once the Metamorphosis is up and they know Rosh is around the vicinity of being spawned, they need to make sure that they're controlling around that area and making a play happen there. Oh, the swap. Well, I'm just wondering here if Ragdolls actually have the tools to fight, because no BKB on the Terrorblade. If he does get caught out by one Doom, it's going to be a lost fight. And the Doom, sure, he used BKB, but he had Arcane Rune, so it's only 20 seconds from now. And they're going to just make that instant smoke play when it's available.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Here we go.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Do it with flair. And it's off.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bring it on.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Are scanning.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The Lincoln's on the Terrorblade.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Look at that tip. You love to see it, man. When you have a player who just clutches the fight, and assuming he got doomed there, that was a lost fight on the side of Ragdoll. There's just no way the Terrorblade would have been able to keep his ground, because he wouldn't have been able to actually get Thunder off, he wouldn't have been able to get the reflections off. It is a big part of the damage. But also, oh my god, is he gonna feel it?
Immortality! Enemy should be seen.
He did get the Rosh kill. Yeah. And there was a shot as well, so assuming he got at least one of them, it would have been pretty damn worth. He still gets the rush kill, which means that the team gets a bit of gold. And there's really no downtime here, because even if Ragdoll decides to go middle, I mean, Paulson's going to be up very shortly anyways. But it was definitely worth the attempt, because assuming he does take the Aegis, then that's going to be a lot easier to deal with VT Faded's Terrorblade. However, that wasn't the case. VT Faded's almost got the Silver's Edge done, or actually he's got it right now. After they picked up that double damage and got a little bit of creeps there, he's going to actually make his way towards top, and it's going to be pretty hard to deal with him right now. Sure, you can doom him, but the factor is there's a bunch of spells now, as well as items that can protect them. Obviously, you got the Global, you got the bunch of 4-staffs, you got the Crimson Guard, you also have the Lincolns on that Storm Spirit, but it's not just that. Now you got a mini Black Hole as well as an Argit, and a pretty damn good item here, because on the side of Galaxy Racer, you want to kind of just stay back and play around each other. The Storm Spirit can get to the back line and disrupt that with this Aghanim's pickup.
Boom! There it goes!
Ooh.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I'm not too sure myself. It doesn't seem like they can actually fight without the Gyrocopter, but without the buybacks, as mentioned, there's just no way of defending these racks. Now you're going to be playing with 2 racks down. You're also going to be playing against a Terrorblade who can just split up the map utilizing his images. And you don't really have the best heroes to clear the images. Like, sure, Templar Assassin can push out lanes very effectively, but clearing an illusion is going to be difficult because of the armor that it provides, over 34 armor. And you can't be too aggressive shoving the lanes out as well, because if you're versing a Storm Spirit, you can always jump essentially half the map. Assuming there's someone playing around the lane where the Storm wants to jump, there's always going to be that kill potential. For example, in the bottom lane here, Alacrity is actually setting up, but assuming he shows face, the Storm could just immediately zip in, and the Mars could connect, or the Terrorblade could connect to himself. But Alacrity, he knows that. He knows this lane is very dangerous. He set up a couple of traps, which means he can actually cut the waves, but
Radiant's bottom tower
this tier 2 tower, there's no way you can defend it. I'm not too sure exactly how much they have on the Aegis. Is that 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining? So they're going to use that timing left on the Aegis to try and get this tier 3 tower on the bottom side.
And it's up!
Dire are scanning.
Yeah. Mizu. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those heroes that just doesn't get as much XP. Same thing with Naga, just because you're constantly using illusions to farm out waves, and the waves are generally better experience than farming the jungle itself. But, I mean, Mizu, he's got a big job. If Galaxy Racer wants to get back into this game, these Dooms needs to be very effective. He does have Refresher Orb as well. Double Shivers, double BKB, double Doom. So he's also got the Psychic Headband, so he's going to have an additional cast range to facilitate these things. But whether or not he can pull it off is going to be very rough, because not only does he have to get the Doom before he gets Silence, because if not, he's going to have to utilize the Refresher to remove the Silence by refreshing his BKB. But at the same time, there's also Lincolns to consider. I believe there was someone building, was there an Aeon Disc? No, actually, it's going to be late Etherlands on James instead, so just emphasizing more on the cast range and making sure he can cast his spells from afar without getting his position. There's the mini black hole.
Is a dish best served now?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Of course.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom down now by
Blaze here. Now cook it.
That's coming.
Come here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Damn, the damage. 20 seconds. I mean, sure, there's no Doom. Blossom is looking for the chance. Oh my god.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill. That's it, pleased. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top...
What is Topias thinking?
Top tower is in one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Bounty killing!
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Mega kill! Righteous rule.
That's okay.
Mega kill! Where your heart does not. Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dyer's courier shall carry no more. Come in for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Is pleased! The worst is still to come. Sick! Open to your bleed. To be. That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axe is pleased. Dyer's top barracks are under attack. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axe is pleased. Stuff out your sanity. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dyer's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. found the weakness in Dire's bottom tower. It turns out Dire's middle tower was worth a damn. It will Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Force me! Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack. Axe is pleased. Dire's ancient is under attack. Killing spree. Double kill. Axe proclaims a radiant victory. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axe is pleased. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks.
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing blade. Bonus!
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rune of haste.
What is Topia's thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy. Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming. Yeah, I should.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishes for you instead.
failed the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
Lord
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Speedy rune.
Let's go.
Rune of haste. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Stone. Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire. Double kills!
Cái collapse in the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
Don't believe this.
If, just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Fordwood before Axe's Ash, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Ayos, ha?
Gago!
Max is pleased.
That's okay.
Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Fucking nice, boys.
Shadows. Take us.
Double kill! Trickster's rune of illusion. Killing spree! Triple kill at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan was a worthy foe!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Vanish.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Being snared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burn. Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill! The redness spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Style. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's mine.
The rune of invisibility. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Double kill!
Let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Unstoppable! Axe's Radiant's middle barracks are under attack! Be more axe-like! Radiant's middle barracks have fallen! The red mist is going to be Radiant's middle tower! Please!
Take me!
Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
What is this?
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low! Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Dominating! Radiant's Ancient is under attack! Mega kill! Proving there are no kills! Dire takes the day! Not that there's anything wrong with hacking. Dominating!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold, my Syrian cave. Bonus!
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What is Topia's thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's change.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy. Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming. Yeah,
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
War
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire.
Double kill.
นี่กูรับสุดมันไม่ต่อ
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't believe this.
If just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Much like Fordwood before Axe's Axe, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heal upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Unstoppable! Spree! Dire's bottom tower. is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Fucking nice, boys.
Shadows, take us.
Double kill! Trickster's rune of illusion. Killing spree! Triple kill at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Ounces and breath. Roshan was a worthy foe.
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Being snared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burned. Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Style. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's mine.
The rune of invisibility. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Double kill!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Unstoppable! Axe's Radiant's middle barracks are under attack! Be more axe-like! Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. The red mist is going to be Radiant's middle tower! Please!
Take me!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Killing spree! Double kill! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
What is this?
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low! Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Dominating! Radiant's Ancient is under attack! Mega kill! Double kill! Dire takes the day! Not that there's anything wrong with hacking. Dominating!
Pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold, my searing blade. Bonus!
Gago!
Radiant team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirit.
Dire team pick.
Silencer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Mars!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Lycan!
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Earth Shaker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The next level play.
Radiant team pick.
Templar assassin.
458 đài bắt rồi.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Mirana. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned.
The sack.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Void incarnate.
You may now select your heroes. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Shocking.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
I see a lot of nothing in your future.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Thanks.
You're going nowhere. Bounty dogs. First blood.
Undefended.
Not much to that, really.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. trespasser. Dire's courier has been killed.
In over your head.
Denied. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Your mind flows to me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
From the earth. I return.
Gift from the goddess.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's curse has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blessings.
My wings are broken. Justice Slivis!
Dire are scattered. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You had no place here.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Coin to me.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Fills me with nothingness.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Easy shot.
Seeing stars?
Doesn't even describe it! Killing spree.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
To the impurities.
Memory earns death.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Loaded to the
Dire's
hilt.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Stars, take me.
Have a good cry in the afterlife.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's courier has been killed.
It was your own damn fault.
Then! Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Stop shaking.
For heresy. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Unstoppable. See nature's blasted core. Quiet. Doge.
lakad mo, Toto!
Normally.
Normally.
จะไหนนี่ไหวบอนี่
Blessings.
Loaded to the gills.
Illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Monster kill. Revive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bounty. Kindred bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks is fallen.
No!
Another put down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wind doesn't even destroy it. 1,000 of your kind have fallen before me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom victory is under attack. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirit.
Yeah, I mean, as a competitive
10
player,
seconds
you just
remaining.
have to scrap that game off, and you gotta have to go into the next game with a new
5
mentality,
seconds remaining.
a new
Radiant
draft.
team
I'm sure that Venge
Enchantress.
opener is not the way to go for Execration, because Ragdoll, that's twice now that they've gone for that Silence of Mars into the Venge, and it looks amazing. It doesn't seem like it's got any issues in terms of laning phase, how to play the mid game. And we see that Beastmaster first pick for
10
Execration,
seconds
which is what I
remaining.
was touching upon in the previous game. That's what I thought they would actually open up in the previous
5
game.
seconds
But,
remaining.
I mean, it's fine. Now they're going game 2. They have a lot of lives left. And they're going for a different opener, as I mentioned. Ragdoll instantly picked Venge and Ench, though. So
Radiant
it's not
team
like
back.
they didn't come prepared here. They must have known. I did my own research, and I've seen Execration play a couple of Beastmaster games. I've seen one of the games live as well. And the way they played is not your traditional Hamlet of Overlord build-up on Beastmaster. Of course, Enchantress in the laning phase can be very effective by converting the board if you
seconds
do
remaining.
go for the board in the lane. But if you do go for the axes, Beastmaster in the laning
5
phase is just
seconds
not that
remaining.
solid. Again, it is a flex Beastmaster, so you can't be, you know, too confident about the Ench matchup into the Beast, because it might just be a Beast mid.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
They haven't. I'm surprised. I was about to bring that up because it's not only good for Execration, it's also good for Ragdolls. They both have played it as well in the past. It makes sense that Tino would like to play this hero as well because it is one of those
10
active
seconds
cores, not
remaining.
necessarily a core that falls off late game because it can get
5
ramped up
seconds
very
remaining.
quickly with the max blood rage. You got 150 attack speed, which means you can effectively use the triangle every minute at the early stage. You just get the maelstrom and you can fight, but you can also farm efficiently. So I'm surprised they haven't actually opened up the Bloodseeker. If it's not banned out by the second phase, I think there's a very high chance we're going to be seeing it picked up by either team. Ragdoll, obviously against the Pangolier, extremely good. You can't effectively use your role, but it's also really good against the Beastmaster as well, because if you play Beastmaster in offlane, you need to have a good start. Bloodseeker, one of the most aggressive lane start heroes as a carry, but even if it is played in the middle lane as a Beastmaster, Bloodseeker is one of those heroes that can silence the Beastmaster, and then you can't just keep spamming those axes that you would like to do. So you have two ways of negating Beastmaster throughout the game, and it's still left in the pool. I am very shocked that it's not banned out. There's also Clinks. That's another hero that's escaped through the first couple of bans. And right now, I think both teams can also utilize the Clinks if they wish to do so. I know that Ragdoll has played quite a bit of Clinks, but I'm not sure about Execration as much, especially with the addition of Tino. They haven't played as much together, but I'm sure he is a Clinks player. I'm pretty sure everyone is a Clinks player these days just because of how meta he was when it came out with the Burning Barrage.
Dire team ban.
That was me.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Earth Shaker.
Alright. Yeah. Looks like it's Avenge 3 now. Earthshakers are going to be played in the 4 role, Enchantress as the 5, pretty standard stuff here. Avenger, Shaker, I mean, they got some control there in the laning phase, some kill potential, but again, they don't really see the matchup here, so it's going to be very easy for Tino to actually pick a hero that's really good against this lane. I was thinking, why not go back for the Ricky Mara? It looks like a great Ricky Mara game already. Very hard to kind of keep them under control, because sure, Earthshaker with the blink can be very effective against the Ricky Mara, but, I mean, until you get to that stage, it's very difficult. Ricky Mara can always get to the back line, Diffusal Blade, Smoke, make sure these support heroes can't really effectively use their spells defensively, and if Ricky Mara gets on top of any of these 3 heroes picked by Ragdolls already, it's going to do work. The problem I see here is that because Ragdoll is second pick overall, they're going to have the last pick in the second phase, which means they can actually see the matchups preemptively and decide what's actually good for the game. And Morphling, as the carry for Execration, I'm a little bit skeptical about this one. Sure, he's got the Aghanim's approach with the enemy Earthshaker. He could also do Aghanim's with his own Beastmaster and abuse the axes. We've seen that before. And with the spell Amp Talent, I'm not sure if that actually applies for the Morphling, but it would be still very good to go for the Aghanim's. And they go back for the Naga, and it looks like another pretty damn good Naga game here. Matchup against the Morphling. Very little lockdown, very single targeted stuff besides the Rolling Thunder and the Mortimer Kisses. And they also have the Venge Swap, so why not?
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
It's definitely Nagasiren favored, and the main reason why is Morphling's very dependent on mana. If he gets caught by one in snare and the Nagasiren has the defusal, you just can't escape anymore. You're just going to be purged up, you're going to be able to... Well, you can shift, you can start change, but you're not going to be able to fight effectively, and that's the key about Morphling. The other thing as well about Morphling is you want a shotgun. Against Naga, you can't really do that, because he can either Manta and avoid the shotgun. You can also just Song and disrupt the combo and then set up on top of the Morphling, which is what they were doing last game. But Morphling with Spirit Breaker, they do have some more synergies there with the replication. You can get the bulldoze there, obviously just providing that stats resistance, which is really good against the lineup of Ragdoll. Kind of fixes a lot of the problems that I was actually talking about. The Earthshaker, if you can catch the Morphling, is good, but if you got the bulldoze, not so good anymore. And I think the teamfight aspect as well as the lanes look pretty good for Execration. My only worry here is that they've kind of revealed the Beastmaster in previous games, knowing that's a flex. And right now, we don't actually know entirely who's going mid. It could still be Beastmaster mid or Pango mid, right? Oh, true. The Qiu 8.
Monkey King.
Choose your hero.
I love the MK pick. I'm worried though. Yes, it looks very difficult. And the thing about this MK pick is the only hero that you could pair up into the MK is the Morphling, and even then you don't really want that matchup. You want to make sure that Tino's going to have a free game because they can actually run up on and gank the mid lane quite a lot this game, which means, assuming it was either Spirit Breaker, Pangolier, or Beastmaster mid, Monkey is always going to have a really good matchup. He's going to get that early timing on the Echo Saber, and he's going to run around utilizing Primal Spring. And it's going to be very hard to deal with this Monkey, not just in the early game, but mid to late game. It's still, in my opinion, favorable for Ragdoll. Sure, they have that Morphling shenanigans pick with the Spirit Breaker. They can have high tempo value with the Spirit Breaker 3. But it's very crucial that Raging Potato on the Spirit Breaker 3 does work. We've seen Qiu 8 for LGD playing in the middle lane, and you can tell that even if he loses a lane, he knows how to be active. Can Raging Potato do the same from the position 3 role? Or is this one of those picks that he's only really picking it to synergize with the Morphling? I really hope he's actually played a lot of this hero, because you can't pick a hero just for the synergy itself. Yeah. Right now.
Prepare for
Thank
battle.
you. Oof.
The next label play. Next label play. Normally.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes!
Do you think Ragdoll is like Batman? Because right now it's like Ragdoll's on the moment without prep time. They look pretty okay. Like they're still strong, but not that strong. But with prep time, before going into a game, already having faced their opponent, obviously Batman, one of the weakest superheroes, but with prep time, one of the strongest superheroes, right? Do you think this is a good reference? Because Ragdoll looks amazing just based on their draft and their gameplay with that prep time. Come on, go with me, man. All right.
while I'm around.
True, that's actually a good point to bring up. I mean, there's a couple of other spells you can dispel here. The Bulldoze is another big one. Obviously, you can convert creeps. One of the priorities was to also, I guess the Shield Crash is something to consider, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons why they picked the Enchantress, but also the potential ability of converting the Beastmaster creeps if it is an offlane Beastmaster with either the Helmadom or the Boars in the laning phase, and it kind of forces Execration to pick a different hero to be played in the offlane role, and Bob is forced to play the Beastmaster mid, and maybe that's what they wanted. They were hoping to force the Beastmaster mid, because now they get that MK versus Beastmaster matchup, which is heavily favorable for the MK himself, and he's starting to ramp up as well, especially once he gets those Jingo points leveled up, and he's got 2 of them now. The lane's going to become a lot harder. Bob, he does have the bottle, and he's going to be able to get some water runes. I would assume he'd get 1, but it's one of those situations where it's always going to be rough to sustain the lane. Bottom lane third. And top lane.
First blood!
Yep, there's going to be a few power spikes coming out shortly. Level 3 on the Vengeful Spirit. They have a lot of burst potential here now with that 2 points of Magic Missile. RR without the mana, he is faring a couple of regen items here, but he needs to make sure that if someone takes the hit, it's going to be him and not the Morphling, and that's it. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but it's one of those situations someone's going to have to die in a lane like this if they want to get anything out of the lane. Alright, 4-minute rune. You can see Ajit making sure that Bob is going to the opposite direction as he's forcing him out of the closer rune. Bob's going to be very happy, and there's another kill. Man, they're actually finding those opportunities to actually punish with that Spirit Breaker pick, and that's exactly what they need. They need to elevate his timings, and Spirit Breaker doesn't really require much. He just needs a couple of stat items, and he can actually just do work by just charging and right-clicking them down. If you get lucky with the Greater Bash, 17%, you know, you can always get those secured kills.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah. There's a big difference in a game like this though, this time around. Ragdolls, sure, they're doing fine in the lanes. There's no clear advantage. In terms of CS, Ragdolls is slightly ahead, but I look at the stacking game and it seems like Execration is the team that's pulling out ahead in that department. Their top lane, DT Fade, 17%.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Get away.
Arcade
Radiant's
energy.
courier has been killed.
Gotcha.
A little something extra for the effort.
And you ping, look at him. He's making sure that if there are stacks for the Beastmaster here, he's scouted them out. He has placed the ward. He's clearing the hard camp here. And he's just going to prevent Bob from getting that fast timing Aghanims. Raging Potato just straight immediately top. I'm not sure about this one here. Give him that aggression. If you do allow him to get the extra Jingu proc, it's just going to be impossible to zone him out. But it seems like they want to go for the kill here. But I don't think they have the capabilities to bring him down. Bash.
Oh, the bash! I was defeated by them?
Enchantress, did you choose that form yourself?
GY. So low as well in the bottom lane. There's a completely different game this time around. It's not a game where Execration's getting punished in all 3 lanes or not having anyone to play with. At this stage, with that double kill in the top lane, Raging Potato is level 6 now, and he's extremely farmed as well. It's going to be very hard to prevent this SB from making what he wants to do, which is create space for the map. And they've forced Archer to actually play top here, because otherwise they're not going to really be able to contest this lane. They're just trying to stabilize while BT Faded actually farms the jungle. It means that perhaps James can go in the middle lane and just leech some experience while he stacks camps. But I guess for the most part, they're just making sure that they don't get run down. And that's the idea about the Spirit Breakers. You want to get a little bit of an edge early game and then just make this movement constantly with that charge into the potential bash as well as the ultimate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, most definitely. The fight could have been a little better if they just decided to reset right after the initial 2 kills, but nonetheless, I mean, SB, a hero that's got low downtime, so you just gotta make sure he doesn't die here. Alright. Yeah, well, I was about to say, if he TP's back and starts charging again, they can keep that tempo up, but now with 20-second downtime, they can't do that. Enchantress feels very comfortable to invade the triangle here, knowing that the Spirit Breaker's dead. They're making a move on bot, but the Fissure doesn't quite block the ramp. And, I mean, they're just going to stabilize again. BT Fader will farm, Tina will farm. I don't think there's really a team here that's pulling out ahead. I definitely think Execration, they can get a little bit more ahead in the early game utilizing the Spirit Breaker, but they got to be very careful. Why? Oh my god, just casual kickoffs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Triple kill!
Bobby boy.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
I guess
tower
the
is under
Execration game number 1 really was based on the draft itself. This is a game where they're not getting heavily countered, matchup-wise, laning-wise, and they're definitely stepping up their game for sure. I mean, they're playing faster tempo. They're making sure that when they have their abilities up, they're constantly making those moves and not really wasting too much time. I'm just a little worried about Raging Potato. He just keeps stepping his bounds and getting punished for it. And this is a hero that needs to keep utilizing that charge and making sure that they are creating space utilizing him. However, with that being said, I mean, Bob is really farmed. He's only about 1,200 gold off that Aghanim's. And on top of that, Tino, even though not really on the highest of the network charts, he's not really too far behind.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Middle lane.
Illusion. Amazing what you found lying around.
Alright, well, they've... Yeah, go on. To answer your question before, yes. I think right now they're not really waiting on anything else. Of course, Tino late game is going to be a menace, but it's going to take a while for him to get to that stage. They have to utilize the Spirit Breaker, and they have to utilize the Beastmaster's Axe timing. He's already level 12. The only other power spike the Beastmaster has this early into the game would be the 15 talent with the amplified per stack damage on the wild axes. But besides, other than that, I mean, they really can just make these plays. There's no really reason to really slow down. Obviously, there's no blink dagger on James. This is not a game where James was allowed to actually just take a lane and farm while his team is creating space. They're just constantly fighting. Therefore, James needs to be a part of these fights, or else they're just gonna kind of get run down by the sheer amount of numbers that Ragdoll is providing in these fights. But Raging Potato is looking very strong as well. As you mentioned, the Echo Saber, it did get a little bit tweaked in terms of stats as well as the mana region, but still a very strong item in the current meta, and a lot of heroes would love to go for the Echo Saber regardless of those nerfs. Yeah, there's the smoke play. They're going to make sure that they try to find one of the key heroes while Bob farms that Aghanim's, and eventually Bob will connect with the team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What's the opposite of
Stop
yet.
Radiant's top
Oh
tower
my
is under
god.
attack.
that.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, James almost has a blink dagger after that fight, and GY is only 400 gold away for his Aghanim. So key items on the side of Ragdolls that can really turn the tides in the next couple of fights. Or even if it's not for a team fight, essentially, it's more for the pick-off department and making sure that they can make those plays. Talking about making plays. Raging Potato.
Come on, sprites.
Waters rise.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're just starting to slightly get ahead now. Little by little, Ragdoll is climbing on the network as well as the experience department. In fact, Execration at one stage was 2k ahead in the experience department, but now it's in favor of Ragdoll's. And they're just making sure that every little thing is being punished. BDZ essentially dewarding alone, Arjit immediately jumping, GY with the Aghanim's here, now looking very strong, however very low on mana, will most likely die, but it's got an illusion.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. The other thing as well to mention is that this is one of those games where positioning for Execration is very crucial. Bob needs to just stay back and throw those axes, but if Avenge can just run in and swap you out, that's pretty much the fight done.
Is under attack. Sprites are with us.
Bob's in trouble. And he's back.
Run into a hard place.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, Ragdoll is just capitalizing on all the mistakes Execration is making. And that wasn't really the cleanest fight for Ragdoll's either. It's not the best initiation because they didn't even commit the echo. I mean, they echoed, but didn't time it correctly, and Tina actually managed to wave out. The swap afterwards, not really connecting on anyone to get the instant kill. But now, on top of all that, not only did they get more experience in gold from the previous fight, but now they have an Aegis to top it all off. BKB 1000 gold away for Arjit's MK. You also have extra items coming in on the cores on the side of Ragdoll. You see the Diffusal Blade pickup of BT Faded. I mean, it's looking grimmer by the second here, and there's just no real freedom here for Tino to actually farm. As you can see, the triangle is getting completely choked out.
Radiant structures
So
are
making sure that Execration can one side of the map, and that's the primary gun with. You can't happy with that. You need to make sure you clear outside of the base. You need to make sure that this Sequence is providing vision to that spirit for every and actually makes the movement.
Dire's middle tower.
And if you're not, you're gonna just get 30% of the map, and that's not enough to get back into this game. You need to find those opportunities, and maybe they might have to be forced to do one of those smoke desperation plays, because right now it's not looking pretty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Yeah. Oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, at least this provided some intel there for the remaining members of the team, and Tino as well as Bob is making sure that they're exploiting it. They're clearing the jungle very efficiently here. Top lane is shoved out. They're going to be able to at least trade towers if it comes down to that situation there. What they really need though, they need the Blink Dagger on the Pangolier. Without this Blink Dagger, they're not able to disrupt the back line. Sure, Bob can just axe from afar. Tino can't fully commit until he has that Aghanim's, because he needs to at least he needs one of the two. Either he transforms into the Beastmaster and helps out the amplification of the wild axes, just killing them from afar, or he gets the bulldoze from the Spirit Breaker and launches in, but it looks very hard to run into the line of the Ragdoll.
Under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Such technique.
Double kill.
Oh, how'd you nose? Middle lane as well. It's getting to that stage. Yep. They've kind of missed their window, and the window was when the Spirit Breaker had the Echo Saber, and they had a lot of uptime in terms of how to take fights with the Rolling Thunder, with the Mortimer Kisses. They never really connected with Raging Potato, and I think one of the issues is that they should have actually went top lane to secure that tier 1 tower at a faster rate, allowing Raging Potato to play the bed lane and connect with his charge. They've never really emphasized on trying to take down that tower, and Raging Potato, of course, he's got the mentality of, I need to open up this tower so we can all farm, but it never happened because no one connected to his lane.
Dominating.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
Oh no. Well, that was a lot better than I expected. I mean, Aegis did run out, BKB was forced on the Monkey King, and they do get a kill on the Vengeful Spirit. Of course, he's got his illusion up, but I mean, it's still golden experience in the favor of Execration there. They might be looking for more players just because they know that the BKB is not available anymore for the MK for a couple more seconds. And if they decide to group up, now's probably a good time, unless they're waiting for another item. But I see Tino, he's already got the Aghanim Scepter, so, I mean, let's just try to find out exactly who he replicates in these fights. It could also just be... well, I definitely think it should be the Spirit Breaker. Okay, there we go. Let's go for the Spirit Breaker double charge. The hunt is on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, the surprise element as well. Yeah, he was. I mean, there's really nothing more he can do. He had the bulldoze as well, but the problem is once they slept, and the Bulldoze ran off, there's only one way they can save him, and is if RR actually connects straight away with his Rolling Thunder, and he did it.
This will come back.
I'll see you in hell. You did your best.
Yeah, it's a problem because not only does he need an item to provide damage, but I think he needs a BKB. It's one of those situations where Bulldoze is just not enough to keep you healthy in these fights with the status resist, because they just have so much control. If they get on top of you, they have enough damage to burst you down. If you go BKB, then you're going to have a lack of damage. And it's one of those situations where, I mean, they're just going to take, oh, geez, well,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Better luck next time.
well, yeah. It's very grim, and mentally, they should be worried. It's just, you can't really have that mentality of, well, it's looking like we're getting outclassed, because I don't think this is a game where it's a major problem with the draft. I definitely think Ragdoll has a slight advantage with the draft, as we mentioned in the drafting panel, but they had a good start. They had the tools to actually make those fights happen. They can make those smoke plays. They can take skirmishes utilizing the Spirit Breaker if they don't want to commit the full team, and create some space for Tino to actually farm up his items. But they've missed their window. There's been a lot of misplays revolving around Raging Potato Spirit Breaker, either via miscommunication, where they could have just used numbers to secure some area of the map or some objectives, or even just by committing to your team and making sure that if you are fighting your terms. But it seems like a lot of the time they're getting picked apart. There's been one time where they've got the surprise element, is that when Tino had the Aghanim's, but it wasn't enough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Come on, you're dead already.
Wicked sick.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't look like there's the tools. They can delay the game, they have the axes, but how do they fight? And one swap just turns the tides immediately. And I mean, Beastmaster is one of those heroes where it's very important that you get the positional advantage. You gotta make sure you don't get caught out, but it's very difficult against the Vengeful Spirit.
Radiant's middle
Monster kill!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Yeah, it's rough, especially when you...
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Points away.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I was just thinking.
Dire team
Yeah.
Treant Protector.
Yeah, agreed. I was thinking like maybe the way to approach is that you ban the heroes that you must not want to face and out everything else, and you just have an open pool where everyone's going to get something that's kind of busted. So if you don't want to play Venge because you've lost with and lost against, you ban out the Venge. And then you open up with something that you're comfortable with, but at the same time, something that's not so orthodox. And I think the draft is going to be a big part of game number 3. And I'm very worried for Execration, because going into game 1 and game 2 and you get kind of crushed in a sense that badly and that quickly, then it kind of affects your mental state going to game number 3. As you can see, Treant Protector MK, I mean, this hero hasn't been really receiving much love at all, the Treant Protector, but there are some nice usages to it, either it be by having strong lane emphasis, keeping the towers alive so you can play the scaling game, which I don't want Execration to do because they're not very good at going into the later stages, just because I feel like the matchups are not really in their favors when it comes down to Ragdolls, because Ragdolls, that's what they really master at. It's really the late game scenario with VT Faded on those carries that he's very confident on. I want to see Tino on active cores. It can be the MK, it can be the Bloodseeker, it can be the Clinks. There's a lot of heroes open here, and I'm sure they'll get something that he's going to be comfortable on. Just don't go back into those hard carries. Make sure they're having an active lane early game kind of emphasis, and then just kind of try to roll them with their, I guess, prowess in the activity department. And I don't want them to be out of sync as well, because that's kind of what happened in the last game with the Spirit Breaker. Got to make sure they're all in the same page with the comms as well.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Silencer.
Radiant team pick.
Clinks.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
Slan stands ready.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Very clunky, very one-dimensional, and maybe unless the silencer is an actual core, because if you run silencer with Drone Protector as a duo support, they just don't have the capabilities to run upon and make moves. Right now, they don't really have anyone to move with. Monkey King, maybe. But if Silencer is perhaps even a position 3, I would like that more. It's a little bit more gimmicky, a lot of lane emphasis, but at least that way they can pick a hero in the middle lane that can actually start fights, can abuse the global silence. So if they're on the back foot, sure, you can overgrowth, you can global as well, but you don't really want to play on the back foot because Ragdoll is just going to reset the fight with Force Ups, Lotus Orbs. If you look at their heroes right now, Pangolier naturally going to go for the Lotus in the later stages. Batrider as well could go for a 4-star. So it looks very difficult for them to actually effectively use that Silencer's global defensively. However, if they do get a hero such as the Storm we saw previously with the Storm Silencer combo in the middle lane, then they can make those plays, they can global aggressively again, they still have the living armor that can allow that hero who goes in to tank up a little bit more, and at the same time they have a little bit more tools to actually play out throughout the game, either be by picking them apart for teamfight execution. If it is a Silencer and a Treant Protector support, these two heroes can't run middle lane, they can't really control the enemy jungle that effectively. Sure, Treant can go in deep and place wards, but who's going to actually make effective moves and gank those heroes, even though they are scattered out by the wards? And that's one of the problems about these two as a duo support that I'm a little bit skeptical about, especially against the heroes they're versing, very elusive heroes. The Clinks who can just invis and walk away, the Pangolier who can swashbuckle away, the Batrider can firefly away. We need some control here, we need some hero that is not dependent on cooldowns and that can actually start the fight. So like a Spirit hero would be pretty nice, the Void Spirit, the Ember Spirits, but again, you don't necessarily sure who you're going to be versing in the middle lane, right? Because it could be a Batrider. And I've heard speculations of Jakiro middle, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. Okay, it's going to be the Viper with the Batrider core. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ten seconds.
Lena, you may now select your heroes.
I'm very worried right now. I don't want to say it's a 3-0, but if Bob, as Luke said, doesn't pop off and win the lane as well, just make those plays happen, I don't see how Execration can actually keep up in this game. It's very hard to fight into these lanes as well, because not only do you have a Batrider middle who can run upon, you have GY on the Viper. I guess the one downside as well is GY excels when he's on heroes that can actually make moves. Viper's not really one of them. Very lane-centric, where he needs to actually get ahead. Sure, he can farm fast, but it's not really the type of hero I see him excel the most at. I've seen a couple of Underlord games which kind of impacts the same way as Viper. You want to win the lane, you want to try and siege towers, and you want to get a head start, and I've seen them lose those games. So it's not like the Mars, it's not like the Vengeful Spirits. I always praised UI. I think he's definitely one of the best players in this tournament, and I have to commend him for his offlane prowess. As an offlane player myself, it's very impressive to see the way he plays. However, if there is a downside in this kind of game for Ragdolls, is the fact that they can actually punish the Viper level 1 if they were to commit a safe lane try at the very beginning, leaving a Raging Potato alone on the offlane. And obviously with the Primal Spring, it's very easy to kind of just survive and leech experience, right? So maybe punishing Qiu at the very start of the game is the key here for Execration to get that head start.
Prepare for battle.
Muốn giết một con rồng má phải chạy thành sông.
I'm really freaking out. That's what happens when I rush.
First blood. This one's gonna be a scorcher.
That's it.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, that's actually the best case scenario that they could have got. Of course, they still have to contest the bounty runes. That is only one kill, but it just means Bob's going to be able to get the null faster, the bottle faster, able to play the lane a little bit more aggressively, and obviously GY with that death. There is a potential situation, as I mentioned, where they can start with 3 heroes top to get another kill. The BDZ, ooh, they got enough? Or do they? Doesn't look like it. Yeah. But I'm worried. They're not tri-laning level 1. They're not going to be securing that kill that potentially could change the outcome of this top lane. And this is a very easy lane for Viper. Eventually gets level 3. That's when it becomes very difficult for Tino to actually sustain the lane. We also always see that shield crash slow comboed with the Orb of Venom, so a lot easier for GY to get more hits in. And yeah, it's something to really watch out for in a couple of minutes from now. At the same time, bottom lane, I'm not too sure how this lane is going to be played out. It seems very difficult for Raging Potato to actually bully out VT Faded's Clink. And on top of that, Jakiro is a hero that we don't oftenly see, but a very strong emphasis here in the laning phase, and a hero that can cover lanes very effectively.
No!
Yeah, and look at the laning control as well, all the way up to Raging Potato's tower here, making it very easy to effectively get those Jingu Mastery stacks online. But the other problem I see here is that once they give up those kills, it's hard to recover, because once he hits level 3, there is potential for Primal Spring to be skilled up if they want to go for more kills. Very easy gap close, you got a lot of damage as well, slow coming from the Sansa, and he is obtaining to go for it, so we might see some more aggression in the bottom lane here.
Don't be angry.
Yeah. But right now, lane's looking pretty good for Execration here. They got the 2-kill advantage. Bob is putting on a show in the middle lane here, almost doubling up in terms of CS, and has almost 10 denies to only 2 denies on the side of the Batrider, Ajit. Water Runes will be coming online very shortly. He's got a Clarity as well, so he's going to keep applying that pressure. I've noticed that Ajit's been forced... Oh, top lane, GY actually. Fought all alone.
Longer than that to merit my esteem. What sort of prize is this?
Yeah, and you can see Ajit here is actually forced to leave the lane to just do stacks, because he knows he can't actually sustain in the lane like that. Top lane, James and GY, they're looking for the kill here on Tino.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They got him.
My thanks.
Who's going in? Yeah, and look at Ajit, he's desperately trying to just keep up in the laning phase, just getting chased down by Bob. But yeah, Tino's struggling a lot. He's on a matchup where the longer this lane goes, the harder it becomes. Of course, Sven's a hero that can effectively use the jungle very quickly. They are looking to go for a kill here, but just there's no kill potential. After the Stormhammer procs, James can just swashbuckle away, and you can't really keep up there. But yeah, the CS charts, it's very worrisome for the Batrider, and it's also very worrisome for Tino. But the difference is at least RJ can make use of the jungle at a faster rate, whereas Sven, he needs level 5. He needs level 5 before he goes into the jungle. The other problem I see here, he's only really capable of getting 2 points of Great Cleave by level 5. He's got 1 skill point saved, and he's going to be leveling up very shortly. So that doesn't look too pretty. Bottom lane though, Bob.
Feed the flames.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
To the nether realm.
Yeah, but a good rotation, a must-needed rotation as well. And I like how they're punishing the Viper at his crucial timing. He's starting to ramp up in the lane, but once he's left alone, they've always found some chance to actually punish him. But James, putting on the pressure. Alright. I mean, it's interesting. I like what Execration's doing though. Raging Potato is being on a more active role here. I mean, kind of what he needed to do with the Spirit Breaker. BDZ is actually getting a lane for himself, which means he's going to have a fast 6. With fast 6, it's going to be a lot easier to take those fights. However, Raging Potato won't be able to get that first item at a pretty decent time, but it's a must-needed situation here where he has to help out, prevent GY from snowballing this lane, allowing Tino to get a couple of more kills / levels here so he can transition into the jungle and be more effective. And at the same time, with this tower staying alive a little bit longer than it should have, thanks to Raging Potato's rotations, RR now is able to kind of keep this tower a little bit healthier as well. But Jakira, great pick at taking down towers, especially against living armor. And also a great hero to deal with the MK because you can actually find them by utilizing Magnifier later on.
It's under attack.
Oh, I've killed better.
I'm not speaking in.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're going on budget.
I want a rematch.
Death from above.
Well, the game is kind of stabilizing. No one's really getting a clear ahead of each other. The only problem I see here is they haven't really stacked that much for the Sven here on the Ancient department, which kind of sucks because at this stage, if he could just clear it immediately, he would be able to just have very close to his Echo Saber by disassembling the MOM, but he's only just got the MOM.
Where did you come from?
What a punk.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is is under attack.
Yep, looking pretty good.
Radiant's
I mean,
bottom tower
Bob's had a
is under
game.
attack.
He's made some rotations. He had a very
Radiant
good start as
structures are
well,
fortified.
preventing Arjit from having a
Dire's
game in the
middle
early
tower is
stages.
under attack.
Arjit just only
Radiant's
now has
bottom
obtained the
tower
boots
is
of
under
travel, and
attack.
this is a game where, sure, he's made a couple of rotations, but he's been effectively just jungling for the most
Radiant's
part of the
bottom
game.
tower has fallen.
The problem I see here, though, is Tino is going to be forced to go back into the triangle unless they get some deep wards on the side of Execration and at least having vision on the Radiant primary jungle. But Tino should be happy to just transition to the triangle. It should be the MK's job to play in the bottom lane if he wants to actually play in any sort of lane, because he can actually just primal spring the creeps and then just utilize the tree dance to provide vision. They do have a very nice ward in the bottom side by Ragdolls.
It's not the heat, it's the humiliation.
Dire are scanning.
Yep. That's right. I think right now they just need to really wait for Tino to farm up. He's already got to a stage where he's gonna have his items at a decent timing. Not the fastest because of his laning phase, but he's gonna be effective. And one good thing about this is you can utilize the global silence for Tino to jump in, so you don't necessarily need a BKB to prevent the enemy team from getting their spells off on you. Even if you were to get a BKB, there is the chance that you're going to get lassoed anyways. You can get Viper Strikes regardless, so the global silence will have a big part in the next couple of fights when Tino is online. However, it's not just Tino, they got Bob, and Bob's got a great game so far. Top net worth, halfway BKB, he's got a lot of damage, so if they want to take a fight, they can, but I don't think they want to. They're making a smoke towards bottom though, but I'm not sure if this is wise. If they do get a kill, it has to be GY, because if they only find James, this is definitely not worth the rotation.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, they need to get some deep wards out, or else this is not really worth the trade. You are giving up the top jungle. Raging Potato's nicely set up here, so if Bob decides to TP in, they could potentially go for the kill, but it's not that safe to do so, because you've committed your heroes to go bottom, so you're not going to have the numbers game on the top
Radiant's
side,
bottom
and you're not
tower
necessarily
is
sure
under
where
attack.
Ragdoll's actually playing on the current side of the map. But you can see, we've got some wards. He's already placed one very deep in the bottom side, and BDZ gets caught out for Bob.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Who are you favoring right now, though? Because it's a pretty close game. Obviously, both teams are playing for their timing, with Sven on the Blink Dagger, and Klinks obviously just wants to get some more stat items. But who do you like positioning-wise currently?
Too bad for you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes! Haha!
Yep, I agree. There's a Blink Dagger now in Argent though. They're trying to look for the opportunity.
has fallen.
Southern strike my arrows.
Yep, and if they don't get the right hero at the right time, one of the other problems as well is like, if they jump in, and as you mentioned, the overgrowth can come upon, there's also the global silence that prevents your backline, assuming Barrett still manages to get the lasso, the backline heroes on the side of Ragdoll is not going to be able to commit their spells to kill that hero who is lassoed. So Arjit needs to really find the right chance, because otherwise it's not going to be that easy to take the fight if their spells are available. Well, it's looking pretty good. Again, like I mentioned, Tino's about to get his blink. Oh no.
Monster kill!
Ow, siêu trắng đại nè, vài bon, ow, siêu trắng đại nè, vài bon nè.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks rough, but some nice synergies here on the side of Execration. The Mage Slayer was already purchased a little bit ago, but I haven't really had much time to talk about it. Wukong's Arena with the Mage Slayer is obviously going to have a debuff on any hero that gets hit by those statues, and a lot of the damage coming on the side of Ragdolls is mainly magical, so it's going to have a huge effect in these fights. You also have the Global Silence, you have the Overgrowth, teamfight aspect looking really good on the side of Execration. However, Tino, he still hasn't had the stage in the game where he can just pop off Raging Potato on DY.
Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah. Oh, they might be able to go back in, but there is a rotation here as a defensive approach on the side of Ragdoll. They're baiting out the Jakiro, but Raging Potato, he's not falling for it.
Righteous rule.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Normally.
Looking promising. I mean, Bob popped off. That was the condition we wanted. Lane's not looking too bad. Tino obviously on a hero that can recover quickly. And he is making his way towards the BKB now. Raging Potato is having a really nice game for a change. I think he's been a bit underwhelming in the previous games, but he's been making so many plays in this particular game with the MK. And that's another kill on BT Faded.
I'll put you on the ground where you belong.
Didn't happen. My poison works. It's
But they're immediately making a play. And why not, right? They have the BKB. Ready?
Shut you up. Our fight ends. You die nobly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's looking great. Right now, BKB timing is very crucial here on all the cores on the side of Execration. Of course, we've seen a very early BKB on bot, but he's got a Silver's Edge now, so it's going to be easier to kill the Viper through the Nether Toxin. But he's also have that crit as well as the right click coming out of the Silver's Edge proc, which means he's going to be dishing out a lot of damage, but he's kind of tanky too. He's got 2,000 health, he's got potentially the living armor, the global stance to protect him up as well if he commits, and a BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Burns, doesn't it?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Execration, they're definitely showing that spirit, and that's exactly what we wanted. We don't want a 3-0 finals. In fact, I believe in the previous series, in the previous season, sorry, QH Series number 1, Ragdoll's actually won the finals in a 3-0 fashion very convincingly as well. So, I mean, you gotta break that curse, you know, you can't just have one team dominate constantly. And Execration, they're putting up a good fight. They've changed their draft, they've adapted to the losses. And I feel like they're not just drafting a little bit better in terms of having that activity ability, but it's more so Raging Potato has had a really impressive game here, where he didn't really have the best of lanes, but he managed to find a kill. He has a really nice item approach in a game like this with the Mage Slayer, allowing himself to actually frontline for his team, becoming tankier, but also preventing the enemy team from doing as much magical damage with that Mage Slayer. And he's found a lot of pickoffs, he's created a lot of space, and right now everyone in Execration, his team is loving that space. As you can see, Bob top net worth with Tino as well, and once again Raging Potato going in.
Money to burn.
Yeah, he's just too tanky. And right now, he's got a BKB as well. A fresh picked up BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hot enough for you? I'll show you how fire flies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to lose, but there is that ability where you're going high ground, you're versing a Battle Rider, he lassos you very deep into the base, and your position now is jeopardized. So Execration, I think they won't be forced or rushed to actually go high ground. They're just going to choke out the map. They're going to get more of the resources. They're going to farm items such as the Force Staff, the Lincolns, the Lotus Swords. I actually see an Aghanim being the next item here. Okay. Oh my god.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wicked barbecue.
Double kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are
Looking great here.
Radiant's middle
Every
tower
hero is very difficult to kill at the moment. And it's not just because of the heroes itself and the way they've itemized, but each other can back each other up. I mean, Raging Potato nicely played there with the Wukong's command actually providing that 24 armor. I'm not sure if he was living armored or not as well on top of that, but he was taking no damage and it's lacking the physical department.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire victory. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Silencer.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Lycan.
Radiant team pick.
Lion. Earth Shaker.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team pick.
Enchantress.
Radiant team pick.
Tide Hunter. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team pick.
Red Rider! 10 seconds. Radiant team back.
luck.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Tiny.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Queen.
Choose your hero.
Pain.
Ten seconds remaining.
อ้าวเชียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่อ้าวเชียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Giết một con rồng máu
The
chảy
next
thành
level,
tro.
play next level. Normally.
Oh, hell yes.
Normally.
You fought well and true. We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
それはどうかな。
的呀。
Thank you, Wombat.
Rock on.
I agree. I think that's one of the I was considering as well. I mentioned
30
Ragdolls is
seconds to
consistent, and this is one of the reasons they keep their drafts pretty comfortably in terms of if it's a good game for a certain hero to be picked, such as the Slark in this situation here, and at the same time they always have played these heroes, so it's not like they're trying out something new. Whereas on the side of Execration, Tide Pulse 5, we see the carry Tiny. It's a little it's nice to try something out of the box, especially when you could just be eliminated and you could surprise them with a win and go into game number 5. But it is a big risk going into game number 4 with something that is not commonly done, and it's not commonly done for a reason.
Fins off.
Yeah. Well, bottom lane here, GY. Beautiful. It's just so much damage and the negative armor, allowing Tino to amplify his tree grab as well as the tree toss damage. And GY is already struggling to play in the lane like this. However, obviously with these wolves, they can use it to abuse or at least bully the Tide Hunter with the help of James. And GY, he just needs to regen a little bit more before he can come back into the lane. But yeah, the top lane is interesting because we were talking about Tide Hunter with the Earthshaker. There's just no lane capabilities to play against the Slark. But if you run a Silence at position 3, at least you're going to be able to get something out of the lane. You can bully the Slark to some extent and slow down his farming pace in the laning phase. And at least BDZ is allowed to run around after the Silencer gets that head start and maybe can stack for his team, or he can even make some rotations in the middle lane.
for that.
Gold for me.
But yeah, I mean, pretty good. They get that initial kill.
Too bad for you.
And the middle lane here, both bottles now. I mean, you do have a new bottle here for Arjit, so he's going to be able to lane sustain better. Bob is going to be forced to go into that bounty rune. He does have a salve as well, so he's in a nice spot as well. It's one of those situations where if the top lane again, Raging Potato.
Bury me with my praise.
Not too sure who that's benefiting because the Slark is actually dying out first, so he's not getting the experience for these kills. You can tell he's only level 3. So he's Raging Potato, but he's got a bunch of creeps here. He's already got the double null with the Goblin Face, so he's going to be even more aggressive with those Glaives of Wisdom. And it's looking pretty hard for vtFoda to actually sustain in a lane like this. He needs his level 6 ASAP, but because they haven't been able to pull or even just play for the lane, he's not really getting that many levels, and that's going to be a bit of a struggle for vtFoda to recover in a lane like this. However, Slark, it is one of the better heroes at recovery, just because he's elusive, he just needs level 6, he can clear camps as well pretty effectively later on with Dark Pack, but he needs this lane pulled, which he manages to do it for himself. Yep. Bob? Oh, bottom line, Tino. Block?
A millstone around my neck.
Oh my god, again? So close. Great start on the bottom lane here. I mean, Tino's also having a pretty good game, but top lane, a lot of action here. And Raging Potato, I mean, 6 intel stolen already, very smart. Yeah.
Bounty!
And what I've noticed, these high-level games normally require some playmaking, individualistic kind of game sense from the offlaners, and Sansa can't do that.
Hear no more from me.
Alright, it seems like Execration now, they're trying to get some stacks done, and rightfully so. Their lanes are not looking too pretty right now. A lot of action coming on the sides of Ragdolls, and Bob could fall.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Your
Nature attend
intelligence
us.
flows to me.
Damn. Yeah, Bob survives because the impetus missed uphill, and he would have died if that actually landed. So that's pretty damn lucky 30% right there. GY with the helmet dom now. They need to emphasize on the Lycan's lane in a game like this. They need to open up this tower, or even if they don't open up the tower, they need to push Tino out of the lane, which they are. Ooh, well, they got him.
sediment.
I do suffer fools. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, RR has been pretty busy doing his, wait, did he actually end up stacking? It doesn't look like it successfully stacked. I think he mistimed it. He did stack the hard camp though, but besides that, there are a few ancient stacks here that they can clear out. BDZ is going to be happy to take a lane while Bob, you know, covers the ancients, but at the same time, maybe BDZ will just leech to get his level 6. But in the meantime, GY making quick work of that tower. That's the power of Lycan, just having so much damage with those minions, as well as the Feral Impulse, even though it did get slightly nerfed in the early levels. But nonetheless, I mean, so far looking like a pretty even game. Tino, I'm still not sure where this tiny carry fits. He's definitely more active than most other carries because he can actually fight with the avalanche or the toss, depending on how he's going to build up. But bottom lane here, raging potatoes.
My heart beats no more. You feed the crabs now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So still.
Kiss the good dude.
Yeah, there's a few downtimes now, like not having his ultimates. Obviously, James, a bit underleveled here, but he does have the XP tome coming very shortly, which will pump him around to level 6.5. Slark is just happy to just farm away, and he had a pretty slow start this game, but he's recovered nicely. Not top net worth just yet, but close enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Heal us.
Bob's in trouble.
My body cast upon the tides.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, pretty standard items.
Radiant's middle tower is
Pretty standard
under attack.
items coming from Ragdolls, but Execration, I see a Midas on Silencer, on Raging Potato. We see the Blink Dagger pick up on Tino. He's going to be revealing it first of all.
Where are you going?
Oh no.
No! Look! Ha ha ha! My fault.
Worthy truth.
Execration, they need to keep up the pace here. They do have the global available. They have the Blink Dagger on Tino. After Tino clears this bottom lane now, which he has, he needs to connect to his team and make some sort of smoke play. It's either BDZ ignores these fights and he just farms for his Blink, or he's a part of them and he's just going to get tossed into the fight. But realistically, it's very likely that BDZ should just get a little bit of time for his own self-farm and get that Blink Dagger. RR, he's going to be in a bit of a sticky situation here where he's not going to be able to actually, you know, utilize the Anchor Smash despite maxing it out, and it's kind of in the positions where he kind of needs a bit of item if he wants to actually stand his ground and fight into some of these heroes that just constantly run at you. Otherwise, you're literally just a Ravage, and the Ravage is not good enough at times. If you're ahead and you can push the advantage and this Tidehunter can cover some sort of dead lane, then that's really good. You can go for the medallion, but this is not one of those games.
Double kill.
Run off. Healing power.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yep, and Echo Saber halfway ready for Tino. We've got the Blink Dagger very shortly, 200 gold for BDZ. GY is looking for a kill on bot here. He's got them out, but I don't see how he's going to make this happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I've got my ear to the ground.
That's when we kind of start saying, well, Raging Potato, he's had a pretty good start and not a terrible early game. In fact, he's had the very opposite of that. He's had a pretty damn good early game, but very easy to pick him apart with the heroes that Ragdoll has. The Queen of Pain, who can close the gap, as well as the Slark, as well as the Lycan. So making it very difficult for Raging Potato to survive in these fights. So I'm thinking, okay, well, if that's the case, Raging Potato is going to be buying some defensive items, either be a counter Ghost Scepter or a 4-star. That's not really the case. He's just going straight into the Aghanim's. He does not care. He's going to tank up in the meantime. He's going to be getting additional, I guess the AoE class where it's okay, but I'm not sure if it's the item you want to rush in a game like this, because there are heroes that can dispel it very easly, such as the Quap with the Yules, the Slark with the Dark Pact. So it's an interesting build coming from, to say the least.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let the sharks have my flesh.
My father's knees.
Yeah.
Invisibility!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's a lot of clutter now coming in these fights without the help of Overlord, the creeps, the Slark as well as the independents running in. Power spikes? What is it? Obviously for both teams would also be nice. He's actually going for the correct choice. He's thinking that can actually remove the Slark bounce. Down. He's going to really be the big item for just because it's more fit on the side. On the opposite end, they have a lot of magical damage, and BKB's on the side of Ragdoll. Build from UI, and BKB on both Queen of Pain and Slark is coming as their next couple.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has
Perfect
been
items though,
denied.
look at him. He's almost got Axe, he's got the Grove Bow as well. And beautiful timing there, the Blink Dagger with the Global Silence, catching off the Slark. Slark did already commit the Shadow Dance preemptively, but it's one of those games where Ragdoll really needs their BKBs. And it's not very hard to understand that they need BKBs. They don't really necessarily have to force the issue as well. This is a game where Lycan could just be splitting up with those creeps. Slark as well can abuse the elusiveness that this hero actually provides for himself. And same thing applies for the Queen of Pain until they get those BKBs. And I don't think Ragdolls will be forcing anything unless it's small pickoffs. But otherwise, it's just going to be a trade of farm, execration. Every time Lasso is up, they're going to try and make a play. Nonetheless, the Echo is down. They do have 2 smokes prepared. I guess it'll take about another 40 seconds before they make their next move. But that's really about it. Is one team has some more kill potential utilizing the Blink Lasso or Echo Slam, and the other team is just trying to farm for their BKB so they can nullify these abilities once they start to group up and make a 5v5 play.
Rock on!
Thoughts on the Aghanim Silencer? I mean, I don't think it's the greatest pickup because he might just get jumped upon, but what is your experience so far seeing this here with the Aghanims?
Heal us.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. You have a hero that allows to have a little bit more control. As you mentioned, it does do a little bit more damage, but it also tanks them up, which is always nice to have. What I do like from Execration's itemization is that they understand that their lineup is not very mobile, and a lot of it comes down to playing the catch game until the BKBs is online on the side of Ragdolls. And we see a lot of blinks. We see blink on the Tidehunter, we see blink on the Earthshaker naturally, Tina with that early blink dagger. Found them. Just a pos 5. Yeah, but the big thing is there's no BKBs just yet on the side of Ragdolls, and GY also committed the shapeshift. I think they're happy to just trade regardless, as long as they don't lose an objective such as the Roshan. Not the easiest objective for Execration to take nonetheless. They have a lot of armor on the Tiny, but it's just not really feasible. The only negative armor that they can provide, I believe, is that Gush, as no one has really obtained a medallion just yet. It doesn't seem like they're interested in going for the medallion, because a lot of the damage comes from spells anyways. and they do want to kite out these heroes. We see a lot of 4-star pickups, as I mentioned, pre-draft against the Slark as well. One on the Earthshaker, one on the Batrider, and one being built up. I think he's already got it on the Tidehunter as well. I believe I saw someone else with it, but yeah, it's looking pretty good when it comes to the defending and kiting department here on the side of Execration.
Under attack.
Come on, sprites!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
I don't necessarily think they fall out too much. I think the Slark is really scary in the later stages once he gets to a stage where they can't just instantly take him out. And if he ramps up those stats, he can really just bring down anyone. Now, the problem about that is that Execration doesn't want a slow fight anyways. So even though the Slark wants a slow fight, there could be a situation where Batrider gets the lasso in any target and they just blow him up. The combination of the Tiny as well as the Global, the Echo Slammer, Jammer, and it makes it very difficult to Slark to get the fight he wants if the fight itself doesn't drag out. And that's what I was saying, is they need those BKBs so that the only heroes that are going to be showing face are the heroes that will jump in with those BKBs enabled, and making it very difficult for Execration to actually head on towards them. However, Execration, they've got plenty of 4-stars, so they don't have to force the fight into those BKBs. They can force the BKB and just 4-star away, reset the fight, and then go back in when those BKBs run off.
Fit for a queen. Nature tend us.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's got Silver's Edge now. Alright, well, Execration, I mean, they're looking really good right now. They're positioned to have the Aegis, they have their item timings. They're now making their way towards a BKB on both the Tiny as well as the Batrider, just making sure that once they go into the fights and both teams utilize BKB, these heroes are not really going to be able to get brought down. But at the same time, a lot of it comes down to the initiation. In this previous fight, we saw that the smoke was broken by RR, blinks away immediately. They have the high ground vision as well, and they had the superior high ground. So taking the fight in their terms for Execration was very simple. It just relied on Bob to find the right chance at the right time, and he did. He found Ajit, one of the bigger kills in this game, and not even allowing him to get the BKB off. And if he had gotten the BKB off, he might have been able to just blink away. There's just so much control. Even assuming he does get the BKB off, there is the global. Assuming he gets the heals afterwards, I'm not sure if he can even blink far enough to allow himself to survive. So it really comes down to, is Bob going to get a good catch? Is there going to be a great Ravage? Is the BKBs going to nullify it? And are they able to actually fight into them with the BKBs? Or is Execration going to just kite them upon? And that's the thing, Execration, they have more options right now, and it just comes down to the lead that they currently have, and also the heroes are just very aggressive with these blink daggers that all of them pretty much have. I think all 5 heroes right now have a blink dagger on the side of Execration. Well, we did pray for a 5-game series. And maybe Gaben has heard our prayers, because right now it's looking pretty promising. And this is a game where, obviously, at the start, I did say that I wasn't favoring any draft. Eventually, we saw who was playing what with the Silencer 3. Again, at that stage, I thought, maybe Ragdoll's has a slight edge, just because it's going to be a more consistent lineup. Execration, so far, they've looked splendid. Obviously, Radiant Potato has died here and there, but he's pretty damn massive as a position 3 silencer. It's a hero that scales very well, and it's getting to the stage where it doesn't matter if the slot is a problem in the late game, matchup-wise, as long as everyone else is going to be very tanky, everyone else on the side of Execration is going to provide a lot of damage. They've itemized correctly as well to deal with the Slark, so Slark is not such a pest as he's meant to be. However, I wouldn't say Execration is going to win this game 100%, because a lot of it comes really down to the teamfight execution, who makes the better rotations, who makes the better smoke plays, and the next Roshan will be the principle of who will actually steadily keep the lead. In the meantime, it's just a trade. Everyone's just avoiding each other, especially Ragdoll. They don't really want to fight into the teamfight prowess of Execration, so they're just going to be farming away and waiting for a better chance to take a fight.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Only other bet.
Was Silver's Edge and the double damage, so insane amount of damage on that Slark. He's not very tanky if you look at him. He's only 1880 health right now on the Slark. As long as he pops the BKB, he should be fine for the most part, but if a Tiny has the double damage, he's tossing you up as well. Oh man, it's looking grim. It just doesn't seem like Ragdoll has had any opportunity to group up as 5 and make any effective smoke plays. And now splitting up apart is very difficult. You're versing 5 heroes that have blink daggers and they have the ability to control and lock you down. It's not very simple for Ragdolls to split up the map anymore.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
GG.
Monster kill.
Dire's bottom Radiant on victory. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds Dire remaining. Team pick.
Points away.
Dire team pick.
Silencer.
I think the last game, maybe not as much. I just felt like we talked about Ragdolls. They were looking very hot at the start, but then that last game, it just felt like they've lost their drive to be active and constantly pressure the enemy team. Obviously, they're a team that normally plays for the scaling game with VT faded on the hard carry, but it seems really hard to do that, especially considering that the longer the game goes, the better this teamfight aspect looks on the side of Execration with that Tide Hunter, the Earthshaker. These are supports as well, mind you. And then you also have to consider the global silences, the last word from the Aghanims. So much clutter, and it's very difficult to deal with it. If you pop your BKB too early, they're just going to reset and then take the fight afterwards. The BKB runs out. If you pop the BKB too late, you might just get lassoed, and it happened a couple of times where they just get a free kill on the Queen of Pain. And I mean, they need to really just go into this game, and I think you mentioned it perfectly. It's that Execration, they bounced off really well. I wasn't predicting a 5-game series. I wanted the 5-game series, but just judging from the first 2 games, I thought it would have been like a 3-0 or 3-1 in favor of Ragdoll. But now we're at the 5th game, and the Ragdoll, they've opened up with the Silencer event. They take away that Silencer that Execration has been prioritizing in their past games. And maybe Silencer is the hero that's really been the game changer in terms of the draft and the way that the game plays out. Because so far, I think Silencer's won all the games we've watched so far, right?
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Yeah, the thing to point out is the bans that Execration has targeted in the first phase has successfully worked for the games that they've won. Obviously, with the Silencer, you counteract the Venge, but they're still banning out the Venge regardless. I mean, in this situation here, it's a different pick order. As you mentioned, it is really the same hero just coming about again in this 5th game. Batrider, a hero that's really good against Monkey King. It didn't really work out in the game where Ragdoll's actually played it out. And the main reason why it didn't work out is because it had an abysmal start in the laning phase. Volve on that lane and just completely shut down Arjit. They're hoping in game number 5 here, there is the potential of Execration actually just taking the Lina as a 4th pick hero. Actually, they have 2 picks right now, so if they want to take it, it's going to be now with the +1. But it's kind of really setting their draft already if they go for that Lina. But I don't even think it's a problem. Sure, if they go Lina and Batrider's flex to the position 3 role, let's just assume GY actually takes it because they don't want to have that Lina versus Batrider matchup. Lina doesn't really have bad matchups. In the most worst case scenario is she just goes to the jungle and she recovers very quickly. Some support plays middle and gets XP, or someone runs middle and Lina with the lane prowess can actually go for kills with her spell kit. And they already have the opportunity to go for something like that, assuming Monkey or Pangoliers play position 4. It's very easy to get that initiation utilizing the position 4. So, I mean, there is a chance here that the Lina will be picked up from Execration once again.
Lina. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Whoa! I put my house in Sansa, they lost! Love that! Still this Twitter.
Radiant team back.
Earth Shaker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah. It's not too bad. If they want to run as a position 3, it's not a terrible hero against Monkey, but at the same time, if it is a Monkey position 3, then he's just really going to stand his ground. He's going to drop his arena. If it is a Titan the position 3, Bloodseeker 3 is not the greatest against Titan 3. It just doesn't do enough. It's just really good against the Pangolier, and it's easy to get on top of your targets just because you get that speed. And this is a game where there's going to be a lot of emphasis on laning phase. One thing to bring up as well about Sansa, why it's picked more often, is because it's got very strong laning emphasis. The fact that they go for the Q and E as a support just allows you to trade more effectively against the other support that you're facing, but at the same time it allows you to actually have the slow as well as the damage to go for the kill. And if you combo with most heroes, either be the Sven, either be some position 3 that can just run at you like they did in the previous game, then there's always that potential that they can go for the kill, but at the same time it's also very useful in the mid game just because of that global aspect, as we were mentioning. Luke was pointing out the pros of it. But Bloodseeker, definitely still an option for Ragdoll, not so much on the side of Execration. I definitely don't think they want to stack up on the melee heroes, even though they do have the Lina who can just outrange in the later stages. I would have liked the Ricky Mara for Execration, but it was a nice ban here from Ragdolls. I'm old man. Yeah. Yeah, Stealth Assassin. Yep.
Dire team pick.
Praise King!
I like the team fight aspects that they're going again. There are some strengths to the Wraith King here. You got the second life, not just for the silencer, but the Sven wants to instant pop and use the numbers advantage after initiates with that blink dagger and the BKB usage. But if you got a Wraith King and you do pop him, he's going to come back. They're going to have that time to get away from the surprise element. They can reinitiate with the Ravage. There are a few strengths here with the Wraith King that they can exploit against not just the Silencer, the Sven. They don't really care about the Echo if the Wraith King gets caught out, but at the same time, it allows them to have a hero that can just jump in, and I think it's very crucial here to disrupt the momentum of Ragdoll by starting the fight with a hero, or even if he is just ahead, he just uses his tankiness and the second life to just siege for his team. If they force the fight on the Wraith King, you're going to have the counter initiation from the Pangolier, from the Tidehunter as well. So makes a lot of sense, the Wraith King here. Now you got 40 seconds left on the side of Ragdolls to come up with a pick that's going to be potentially coming in the offlane role, paired up with the Earthshaker. So let's just say a GY here, unless that Batrider is going to be on his hands this time around. And a hero that does well against the Wraith King, and potentially either the Tidehunter 5 or Pangolier 5.
Invoker.
Choose your hero.
Alright, Batrider offlane then. Yep.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's hard. It's really hard. I mean, you said Silencer, 100% winner. I'm gonna have to go with the bets. My house all in on the Silencer. I lose, I'm making Twitter posts right afterwards. But nah, in all seriousness, I'm not too sure. It's a 50-50. I think right now, Ragdolls, they're playing a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more balanced, not single targeted, a little bit of team fight, strong lanes. They know their win condition. But I actually like the Wraith King pick. I'm gonna go with Execration this game. All right. Oh, yeah.
Prepare for battle.
Did I feel a crick in my joint? First blood, I've still got it.
Yeah, I mean, the lanes here, we got Raging Potato again on the MK, and I was pretty impressed with his performance in the game number, I think it was game number 3, and I'm hoping to see it again. I'm hoping to see the Mage Slayer build again. It's another game where he could utilize it. It's not necessarily a demanding game from Mage Slayer. It was definitely better in the game he utilized it on, but it's definitely the possibility. Mage Slayer against the Batrider, as well as against the magical damage coming from both Invoker, the Earthshaker, as well as the Silencer. And it's an item that's pretty cheap to get, gives you some quite nice stats with the Oblivion. Going for another pot though.
The king uncrowned.
Grace to you.
Yep. And the laning phase here, I mean, Batrider Earthshaker, it sounds pretty strong on paper, but the Gush is such a strong spell level 1. 4-second debuff, 3 armor reduction, 110 damage, 40% slow. Definitely one of the better spells up there as a single targeted when it comes to the overall stats of what it brings against the hero. And I mean, Earthshaker, we've actually seen Earthshaker being picked quite a bit as well. It's won a lot of its games. I think it's won all 3 games in this series, right? So that's another one that we should have accounted for, not just the silencer.
This would make a great story for you. Earthshaker first.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's true, man. Oh well, I guess that'll just be my house. Yep.
Dire's courier has been killed. Oh.
Yeah, it's curious to see how these lanes pan out, because middle lane's pretty even. Invoker's following a little bit behind, but that's only usual. Bob tends to spam a lot of his mana pool to just get those fiery soul stacks, and then with that advantage in attack speed, he will just outlast hit you or out-trade you. Eventually, he gets his bottle, he refreshes it with the bounty rune or the water runes, and he keeps up that pressure. He transitions into the jungle, but the only way to really deal with this pressure is bringing a hero middle, controlling the rune. James? Extremely low. That's a interesting build-up. I don't think I've seen much of this. Ray Fire Blast being leveled up. It's pretty atrocious when it comes to the damage output. You get a nice additional stun duration 0.3, and the damage per second is not too bad, but it's just one of those situations where maybe he just skilled it up to secure the kill. However, I thought he was dead for sure, as long as he went up and hit him one more time. And not getting the Mortal Strike or even additional points of Vampiric with Spirit will hurt him a little bit in the laning phase. Raging Potato is getting jumped upon here.
No! A decent dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We go Bob.
Precious bounty.
Never.
Yeah, and right now, they're gonna be forcing some reactional play on the side of Execration. Bob, obviously dying here, he's gonna be a little bit more worried the next time James goes missing, and perhaps BDZ just needs to be in a position where if James is missing, BDC needs to be missing as well and be around the middle area, either be between the river of top and middle. Otherwise, he should just be doing stacks and not showing face as well, and that way James will think twice about committing for the mid kill there. But it's starting to get a little bit annoying for Bob here with that Cyclone EMP spam.
Bounty.
Yep, there's the bounty rune control. James obviously with the aftershock, just getting that mini stun or stun in general to provide that bounty rune
for the
advantage. But I mean, in terms of CS, it's pretty even. Bob's slightly ahead in the middle lane, but ET Fader is he's pretty fat. But he's not only that. I mean, Wraith King has also got a lot of CS. They're pretty much on par, and Tino is going for that alpha build that you're talking about, and it only makes sense.
I'm done. Legendary action. Where's the
Silence is broken.
Was that intentional? It looked intentional.
Yep. It's a bit different. How different a background from playing behind. Tanking is very strong in making so game. Leave the lane and early stage smoke out the side, and he knocked the build on mine, and he had a pretty perfect. I mean, this situation he needs stacks. He's not Europe running around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Your flesh falls. Your bones belong to me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
enough for you?
Yep, not talking here for Bob. You need a little bit of HP/regen to clear these stacks, and we've got the Ocean Hearts. There's also a broom handle here for the Wraith King most likely. Unless Raging Potato is just going to take it away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, you do farm fast with Vampire Spirit, just having the extra skeletons providing consistent damage. But yeah, it really hurts because of that extra point of Red Fire Blast. If you have the 1-4-1, then that would have been best case scenario, but he did level up an extra point of Red Fire Blast to secure a kill, just to confirm the kill itself. Both cores are just farming pretty much at the same time. It's expensive to pull out as slightly ahead of the Wraith King just because of the cleave. He also does have the MOM, whereas the Wraith King is going for the armlet. But without the Mortal Strike, the armlet just doesn't feel great. Although he still hasn't purchased armlet, it should be coming up in about 100 gold. Now, what's the play here from either team? Because they have very similar timings. I feel like this Invoker can make moves more effectively than the Lina. The Lina most likely not going to go for the Yules, just going to the PCV after the BO2s, and that's the first move for Monster, but I think they still have that kill potential, just one hero.
The castle must have...
Only in the best still here.
Yeah. The big difference is Tino is going to be more impactful if he does contribute to some of these fights by participating in it. Whereas the Sven wants to farm up until he's got his Echo Saber and then into the BKB Blink. And Sven can clear stacks very effectively, whereas Tino on the Wraith King is... it can, but it's not very fast to begin with. But anyways, I mean, Tidehunter level 6, they're just going to use their bodies to try and secure this top tower. There's just no way of actually fighting into this, and Ajuk recognizes it's going to make his move towards middle, and they find Raging Potato. However, there's no kill potential, so what will be the trade here? Are they going to actually be able to take the bottom tower?
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
That's right, they're still putting the aggression here. There's no real big item coming out from Ragdoll's side just yet that can actually turn, not necessarily turn the tides, but have a high impact if they do contest this fight. Oh, there's a global. Well, they are giving James a lane, so they are emphasizing on James's Blink Dagger, and that'll make things a lot smoother when it comes to initiating these fights. Ideally, it shouldn't be James starting the fight anyways with Echo Slam, unless he gets a big target such as the Lina before Lina gets the BKB and actually utilizes it. But until then, it just seems like they're going to be happy to just trade farm. They're also waiting for VT Faded's Blink Tag. Once he has the Blink Dagger, they might make a move with smokes. In the meantime, it's just going to be a trade of farm. You can see Raging Potatoes trying to set up for a kill, but James is not really pushing his boundaries here, just making sure that he can get the CS without getting jumped upon, but this might be it.
My fault.
Only way out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's not the heat, it's the humiliation.
Arcane mystery.
Alright, well, James, he's still a bit off his Blink Dagger. Ajit does have a vessel up, and the Blink Dagger on VT Fate is coming online very shortly, so is the smoke play going to be coming forward after they pick up that Blink Dagger? Are they going to just be passively farming until the BKB? I definitely think they should make the move before Tino as well as Bob gets another item, especially if those BKBs on Bob could be one of the biggest threats on the side of Ragdoll, where they cannot actually deal with until GY actually gets a Blink Dagger, but it seems like he's going for the BKB himself, so not that instant catch opportunity on the side of Ragdoll.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm not too sure what happened down there. It must have been a miscommunication. The Ravage, he was too far. The Tidehunter was just not able to get the Ravage off before Bob actually gets committed upon. Bob just literally TP'd in front of GY. GY's just wondering, what, is this guy really going to TP to this creep? Just lassos him, they're global. I mean, just... they started the fight for the side of Ragdolls, and I'm questioning what the reasoning was in that regard. If Tidehunter was close enough and he blew the Ravage as soon as Bob jumped in, sure, but they still had to worry about the global silence, and assuming that Ragdolls pops that global perfectly or just preemptively, then there's just no chance for Bob to actually make any move there unless he had the BKB, which he does not have. And that was just kind of a wasted opportunity, a waste of Ravage, and they've given Ragdoll a little bit more of control.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Got UI.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Who's put me out?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, baby.
Around like that.
Yep. They got the Blink Dagger as well now. James will be able to get a nice echo or just position himself in a way where he's going to get some game-changing stuns. BKB is about 1,200 gold off for the Batrider of GUI. On the same kind of perspective for Execration, well, actually Bob.
Back to dust.
So, you're the one that stole my sword.
Haste!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mage Slayer pickup on Raging Potato, as we were discussing. We haven't brought that up yet this game, but it seems like it is the go-to item for Raging Potato once again. And it makes sense. It is an item that allows you to tank up. It does give you a little bit of damage as well as attack speed. The mana region is always nice because you can actually spam out the Primal Spring. It's kind of the replacement of Echo Saber, but more of a tanky approach instead of a more damage approach. But it really fits in nicely once you use those Wukong command that just provides the Mage Slayer effect on all the statues. But again, BKBs here will be a problem. BKB already on VT faded, freshly picked up. GY almost has his as well. Blink Dagger is always to watch out for on this side of Ragdolls because of this Sven being able to pop as well as the Hiroshika Echo Slam. However, BKB is well on Bob, so another big pickup that can get him out of the silence and just commit to the fight. And it really comes down to the initiation once again. However, the fact that they have Wraith King means they can send his body first. Even if he does get caught out, they have the ability to disengage or to just counter-initiate utilizing these blinks. Ideally, RR should have a blink as well in the future, but that's not the case just yet.
Mega double kill. Darn well.
Dire are scanning.
Excellent. It's really hard to pop the BKB there on the Bob because, yeah, you saw the flame break, but you're not entirely sure if you're going to get slammed by the Earthshaker or if you're just going to get fished from afar. The Fisher connection into the Sven, that's pretty much what made that fight effective. They got it.
That's your best.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Save it over next time.
Precious bounty.
Alright, let's be real. Any hero, any Kara hero that right clicks and goes Silver's Edge, it just seems so strong. I mean, last game, the Tiny, of course, the burst damage of Echo Saber. This game, he's got the Mortal Strike as well as the Armlet damage, and then later on, he'll eventually have a Silver's Edge. I think this item needs a nerf. I think it's just too prominent. There's just too many heroes that benefit out of it. It's too easy to build. The stats are amazing for its price, and it's just too strong in general. So maybe it needs a little bit of a slight tweak. Either it be the damage department, the crit department. Something's got to change. Obviously, there was a very recent patch as well, but it doesn't seem like it is an item that's gone untouched much after they actually buffed it and provided that Chrysalis in builds.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm loving this Wraith King pick even more now. It's getting to that stage where he's just gonna frontline for the team. Obviously with this Aegis, it definitely helps. It's just a great matchup into the Sven. Sven naturally wants to burst a hero down. Wraith King just naturally cannot get bursted 2 lives down fast enough. You have the global aspect to help out the Sven, but then you have to worry about the Tide Ravage. The BKB is running low. They find the chant. Oh my god, that damage there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
like Wraith King is just one of those forgotten heroes because, I mean, we talked about how a lot of carries in this patch have, well, at least hard carries itself have kind of backed out a little bit just because there's faster heroes and these carries just don't have that space and time required for them to be enabled, and therefore Bloodseekers, the Clinks, the Savens, these cores come online faster, they have stronger laning emphasis. But Wraith King does all that as well, so how come Wraith King hasn't really been picked as much? And it's great to see some of these teams bringing it back, making some logical reason. Why is Wraith King brought back in this game? Of course the matchup is really good and having the double life, but it fits the meta because it is a hero that can optimize greedy if you choose to do so, but you can also optimize in a way where you just get an armlet and you're able to fight and commit to these early engagements where you take objectives faster than the enemy carry and putting yourself in a position where you can get more resources out of the map because you are enabling your team to get to that stage faster. Yeah. Oh no, Bob.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
We'll hang around here somewhere.
I mean, Execration was in a nice position, and all of a sudden, Bob TP's in, gets caught out once again. I think this is the third time Bob has TP'd and then just immediately died without popping his BKB. It was a very nice ravage by RR after the Global Silence ran off, but there was just no follow-up to actually get kills. Great attempt, however, by Execration to try and get back, but again, like you said, Tino just kind of ignored and walked past BT Fader. The BKB was already ran off. It felt like he potentially could have gone for the kill, but he had his sights on Arjit, but Arjit was just too far for him to be able to connect, and I mean, just a wasted opportunity. 2 buybacks being utilized on the side of Execration, not really achieving anything. And now Saven's God Strength will be back up very shortly. They also have the gold advantage very slightly. They closed up the gap, but the experience here is the big problem. And if you have a quick look at it, it's 10,000 experience need on the favor of Ragdoll already. What? Yeah, a little fortunate though, because if he had used the lasso after he right-clicked, he would have actually propped the Kraken, and then he would have had a threshold of 500 damage, and then the lasso would have been able to pull him deeper. But it just so happened with the Fissure and some of the damage that he withstood before the lasso, it instantly broke within the lasso damage. And definitely one of those situations where you don't really want to lasso a Tide Hunter, but it's also unfortunate that that was the pair-up. mean, 2-time champ sounds pretty
Radiant's
good.
top tower
And
is under attack.
I mean, it just feels like VT Fade is being a little bit more consistent. Sure, Tino, pretty rough spot for him. He did get committed upon by VT Faded. He re-anked and then he came back and got a kill. However, I don't think Execration was on the same page here. Bob full committed. Tino had to back away. They're aiming 2 different targets there. The Silencer being chased down by 2 heroes while Bob is kind of left on his own. Great Ravage play there to kind of counter-initiate, but there was no real damage to follow up besides the Pangolier roll. And maybe these fights could be a little better if 2 situations arrive. Either RR starts the fight with the Ravage and people are actually around to do the damage, or 2, Tino actually has a BKB, and when he came back alive, he doesn't actually have to back away. He can actually just commit, and the Ravage will always be effective because Tino will be able to actually get some damage within that Ravage duration.
Let me shake your hand.
Ravage, 25 seconds. They're gonna have to wait it out. There is an Aeon disc here on the Invokers, so he's ready to disassemble the recipe. Well, actually unlock, sorry, not disassemble. And just making sure he doesn't get popped within that Ravage, within the stun, which is great. I mean, that's exactly what Ragdolls needs. They need to make sure that Sven initiates and no one else is getting bursted in the backline within that Ravage period. So great itemization here coming from Ragdolls.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Always has an army in the wings.
Well, they do have the 25 talents here on the Sven, 50% more God Strength damage, so a little bit more burst damage coming forward. He doesn't, well, I guess he's got the crit from the Silver's Edge, and the break is always pretty good against some of these heroes, such as the Tide Hunter, where Kraken Shell will just not be effective and you can just keep him stunned upon.
Is under attack.
But it really comes down to this initiation, the potential counter initiation, the way they use this global as well as the lasso on the side of Ragdolls, baiting out some heroes to come in and help out whoever's getting lassoed. That's where James kicks in and gets that Blink Echo Slam. However, RR can counter-initiate. He doesn't have a way to dispel the silence, so they're going to have to rely on Tino to frontline for them for a little bit longer. He does have the BKB, so a big pickup, and this is one of the items that I need to see from him, because even if he comes back alive, they can keep controlling him. And you did say on the draft phase that it feels very disgusting to play Wraith King here, because they can just keep kiting you and slowing you around. But I guess the BKB here will be one of those tools that prevents that from happening. Oh no.
Regeneration.
Immortality!
Bury me with my blades.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Yeah, now
Dire's structures are
Yeah,
falling.
that is really the big problem. But we also have to give credit to Execration, right? Very fast low sword usage there, preventing the last sword to actually be draggable. And once they kill GY there, there's not really much they can do in that fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Silence is
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tino?
Radiant's middle tower is
No
under
shots?
attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
illusion.
Yep,
Radiant's
and
top
if you
tower
look
is under
at
attack.
the network lead
Radiant
between the
structures
two
are
teams, I mean, it's still not updated. There we go. It's being updated, but it's not fully updated yet. It was almost a 10k gold lead for Execration after they've taken those 2 Raxes. Well, 3 Raxes, you could say. The 2 melee ones and 1 ranged Rax. But yeah, they've closed the gap. A lot of mistakes here on the side of Execration and nice capitalization from Ragdolls. It just feels like Execration needs to disengage faster and just leave their comrades who are most likely going to die, actually die, and then just get away from those fights. Don't give them the chance to get more than they should, and then you just reinitiate once you have everything back up and you can make those plays. However, Bob, you've been pretty lackluster in this game, and GY got another kill. Look at James.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, his boots has got to go. That's one for sure. Ideally, they should have some sort of item that provides movement speed. They have the ninja gear, so that's one that they could give to the Sven here if they want to provide some mobility and replacing the boots. That way, he can actually go for another item on top of what he has. And what's that? That's the Satanic, right? Yeah, it looks like he's going for the Satanic next. Whereas on the other side, I mean, Execration. I mean, Tino, sure, his items don't look as impressive as the Savens, but it's getting there. It still needs that Silver's Edge. He can replace the boots as well for eventually the Flicker. But nonetheless, it's still not time to do so. And we're only 40 minutes into the game. I'm thinking maybe this is the game that we might get to those tier 5 items. It's been a while. I don't think we've actually casted a game in this tournament with tier 5 items coming about. We talked about how there was one game that was very close, but I haven't actually seen the new items in action.
More fuel for my fire.
Regeneration. My edge dulls.
Intermingled creatures always have the most interesting physiology.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant victory.